What's up, guys? What's going on? Hello to more Leon Monarch. How you doing, man? Twitch Gaming's in the house. Hello to you, man. How's it going, Twitch Gaming? I'm pretty sad, actually, that Saarbrücken got knocked out in the cup yesterday? Was it yesterday or Tuesday? I'm sad they got knocked out. Yeah, I wanted them to go through. It was Tuesday, wasn't it? I was thinking about that today. How it's just such a shame that we don't get the Leverkusen Saarbrücken final. What else we got in here? We're gonna spend a bit of time today going through the third blog on Pooky, because we are just trying to break down the update in several different streams. Hello to Malv as well, man. How's it going? All right, more Elian Monarch. Okay, cool. You know what? I'm jealous to hear that. I've not had a chance really to play NFL Rivals at all. Been quite busy the last few days, so my usual grind has kind of stopped. And it's not because I don't like the game, it's just because I've been busy. I had to squeeze in late last night at about 3 in the morning. I had to squeeze in a couple of games for the Open Gem event because, I feel with that event, you should be getting 1,600 the top tier. And I looked at it yesterday and I was like, oh my God, I just need to play 3 games to get it. So I squeezed it in, but I've not really had much time to play it. Just been so busy especially with the update on Pooky and all the things that are going on Sorare. So yeah, I'd like to be able to play it today. I don't know if we're going to get time on the stream. Hello to Milan as well. How were your rewards? Very good, actually. Yeah, we got 2 cards from the weekend. These 2 here. Taha Sahin, which we got from a reward box. That's my first ever card from a reward box, which, not from Rivals, because very infamously, we don't play Rivals on Sorare, but I got it from Pro in the new format. And then we got this Anthony Uja rare, which I'm delighted with, because I love this player. I think he's really cool. And I owned him at the start of the season, and then I sold him before he got injured. And to be honest with you, it's funny, I was thinking about, should I bring him back? And I had a little look at him and I saw his price was crazy low. And I was thinking, wow, it'd be a great time to pick him up. And then lo and behold, I actually won him. So amazing how that comes together like that. What about yourself, Milan? How were your rewards? I actually think as well this week that we mentioned it when I kind of spotted it and talked about it on the stream before the midweek started, that All-Star was severely, and I mean severely, under-entered. There were hardly any entries for All-Star compared to the number of prizes, and I'm currently winning a tier 3 despite captaining a player with a negative decisive, and we're 908th. There are 2,500 positions to where you can win a reward, and the leaderboard is 82% complete. So I might actually be able to sneak a reward here, just because of the fact that there are so few entries in here. You've got your first reward, and it's Tariq Tusadali. Very nice, man. Very good. Congratulations on your first reward. First of many, man. Hopefully. Who else have we got here? We got Arthur in here. Hello to Arthur. who says he's got the 1,600 gems. Love to hear it. Yeah, I know where he's from, man. He's a good player. Who else we got here? I almost don't want to start diving into the blog until we just get a few more people in here. Because you know what's going to happen? I'll start going through the blog and talking about it, and then we'll kind of get loads more people that will jump on that will then ask the stuff that we've already covered. So I just want to wait a little bit longer. If you haven't had a chance to read or watch the videos on Pooky, because there's a huge update which is coming, then I would definitely recommend that you do. You can read the blogs in your own time, so you can read little sections, then come back to it later, because it can get a little bit heavy. There's a lot to take on board. If you're one of those individuals that doesn't really enjoy reading updates in a blog, then the great thing is that there is a video that you can watch as well. When you log into Pooky, you're going to find that you're greeted with this here, and then it has all the links here, which can take you to the details about the update. And if you are not playing Pooky, then what the hell are you doing? Get involved today. There is a link there. It's a very special link because you'll be able to get a discount with that link. You'll be able to get POC tokens as well, which is going to help you. They're in-game currency. And right now, there is an insane, and I mean insane, opportunity that is happening on Pooky, where you can buy their assets, right? The digital assets which you are going to own. Okay. These are NFTs with utility. You can buy them at a 20% discount. And then in August, Pooky are basically going to buy them back off you. But instead of giving you $20, which you paid, for example, for the common, which you bought at discount, they're going to give you $25. And it's the same for the rares and the epics and the legendaries. You buy them at discount. Then in August, when they transition to the new update, because they're going to be replacing the Pokeballs with a asset called League Passes. So the Pokeballs won't work anymore in August. So you can buy them at discount, use them to level up. And then in August, Pooky will say, here you go, we valued your account based off the levels of your Pokeballs and the primary market value, which is not this here, it's actually the price without the discount. So basically, buy cheap and then sell for real value in a few months' time, which is insane. Like the legendary, we were talking about this yesterday. It's no surprise that the legendary has been sold out. I think, in fact, actually, it was the first Pokeball to sell out this week, because you could buy it for $1,200, and then in August, if you did not level up this Pokeball at all, if you just bought it and you just didn't touch it, Pooky would essentially give you $1,600. Now, you can't cash that out, but that's money that you can use in the game to then go and buy all the new stuff that's then launched in August. But you're basically getting $400 for nothing, which is amazing. And it's the same for the epics and the rares and the commons. So really, really good. Nicholas just confirmed they're working on a way to offer Ether and cash to a manager for a card. Yeah, I mean, he's already mentioned that before, so that isn't really news for me. I've seen him on Twitter respond to someone months back saying that they are working on it. So, yeah, thank you for that. Not really new information for me, but it might be new information for everyone else here in the chat. Yeah, it's probably he's never come out with a tweet to say that they're doing it, but I've seen him respond to someone on Twitter to say that the team are working on it. Free tip scout, are these not the last mint of the top 5 leagues? Will the next mints not have Argentina, Brazil, MLS, and J League? No. But what will happen is that in August in the new update, you will be able to buy a league pass for Argentina or for Brazil or the MLS, right? But you can't buy any more Pokeballs for those leagues right now. No. And you won't be able to buy them. Not from Pookie anyway. You can get them on the secondary marketplace. All right. I don't think we're going to get many more at the moment in here, so why don't we just crack on? Let's go over to the blog. This is talking about the transition period for Pookie. So again, if you've not read this, then I would recommend that you do. Very similar in many ways to what Sorare are doing with their own update. There's going to be a period where kind of the old format continues for a while, and then the new format is then introduced. As the existing format is still partially in play, and then over, I think it's like 5 weeks or so, they then transition to the new format completely, and then the old format is kind of like phased out. And this page here is really just talking about it. It says here that the league passes, which we talked about yesterday, are going to replace the Pokeballs. So Pokeballs will be no more. From August, instead, you'll be using league passes, which are fantastic. They're actually much more, what's the word I'm looking for here? They're much more deeper with what you can do with them in the game than a Pokeball. So they will have various different attributes to them. You'll be able to win club boosters as well with them. So, very similar to what you have with stickers today, where a sticker might give you a club that you can apply to a Pokeball, and then that will give you a boost on that club. The league passes will allow you to collect the clubs that you're after. So if you have a league pass for the Premier League, that then allows you to start collecting clubs like Man City, Man United, right? And the way that you do that is you have to get exact scores in that league. So pretty cool. And they also allow you to, what they do is they generate what's called consumables as well every week, and they're random what they generate for you, but then you can use them for your predictions as well. So really cool. Really good. If you missed the stream from yesterday where we were talking about it, then you can find that here. Sorry, there, but you can also find it here in the evolution of the gameplay. So this is just basically talking about the shift from Pokeballs to League Passes here. League Passes are also going to mean that you are not restricted by energy. You can actually just do unlimited predictions. Okay, so at the moment, you have to use energy. When the Pokeballs are removed, the energy is also going to be removed. And that's good, because then the league passes just mean that once you have a pass for, say, the Premier League, then you can just predict all the games in the Premier League. If you have a pass for the Argentinian League, then you don't have to worry about energy. You've got the pass for that league, so you can predict all the games in that league in a game week without no restrictions, which is really cool. And they say here, this is kind of the important part, that to assist in the smooth and fair transition, assets, so current assets, which are the Pokeballs and stickers that you own, will be valued, taking into account primary marketplace value and players' progression. So you will get a very good price for your assets that you own in Pookie, so that you're then ready to hit the ground running in the new format. The asset valuation will then be redeemable by players once the marketplace updates, allowing players to freely spend and buy desired assets, okay? And the valuation happens in August, and we're going to hear the exact date of that closer to the time. So this is really cool, really, really good. The reason why it's very good is because what they're doing at the moment is this discount. So you can just basically buy a ton now of the Pokeballs and stickers for a lot cheaper than what they have been. And then when they do the valuation, you can basically sell them back to Pookie for more than what you paid for them, which is amazing. It's literally just going to give you the best start possible. And it's probably something that I'm going to do as well, where I'll probably end up buying a couple more Pokeballs and sticker packs, just because when you do that, if you've still got them by August, you will be able to get a lot more money than what you spent on them. It's actually quite a nice way to make money in the game, because you can't cash it out. But if you think about it, you know, if you buy a legendary for 1,200 and then Pookie gives you 1,600 in August for that Pokeball, then you've basically got an extra 400 in your account that you didn't have to pay for, right? So it's not like you'd have to deposit that 400. You've got extra 400, which is brilliant. It also talks here that you can get up to 1.5% of your initial value. That works based on the level that you have for the Pokeball or the sticker. So if you have a maxed out Pokeball, you're going to be getting 1.5 of the value, right? So 1.5 of the actual value of the asset, which is great, and that applies to Pokeballs and stickers. You also get, we didn't talk about this yesterday, but you also do get some credit, so some money for the energy that you have, okay? Because the energy is being removed, and so you get money for the energy too, which I think is really cool. The amount that they're going to issue you is in US dollars, okay? So that will be issued to you in August. And you'll then be able to use the dollar amount to then go and buy the assets, the new assets, which are going to be in the game. You can see the dollar amounts here for them. Okay, sticker packs and for the league passes. And what's really great is that you can already start to calculate based on your current collection of Pokeballs and stickers. You can calculate using this little link here. If I click on it, it brings up this spreadsheet, which Pookie have put together, and it shows you how they are valuing the assets in the game, right? So commons are going to be $25, right, for a level 0. So if you have a level 0 common ball, so one that you've just bought and you've not touched, then in August, Pookie will basically value that at $25 when they do their valuation, okay? If you had, for example, a level 1, so you use your Pokeball a little bit, but you didn't use it a lot, then it would still be worth 25. And the same for level 2, level 3. But you can see when you get to level 11, so maybe, level 12, So maybe you've been using your common Pokeball a little bit, you've been leveling it up, spending some POC to level it up, and you finally got it up to, say, level 12, then that Pokeball will then be worth $26 rather than 25. So you can see that the more that you've put into your assets, the higher the valuation is going to be, until eventually when you get to the max level for a common, the maximum that you'd be able to get for it would be $37. So again, right now you can buy them for $20, okay? So if you did not invest any POC or any time into that Pokeball from now until August, you just left it in your account, the $20 ball that you spent would be worth $25, and you would get $25 credited into your Pookie account to then go and spend on the new assets, the new update, which I think is great. And you can kind of also apply that for the different rarities as well. So you can see here for the Pokeballs, for rare, if you bought a rare today, it's going to be $78.75. Unfortunately, you can't because they've sold out. But if they hadn't have sold out, you could buy it for $78.75. Again, if you didn't touch it, in August, it would be worth $100. $100, which is amazing. So you just make money off something without doing anything. It's essentially free money that you can then use to get a really good advantage in the game. And again, once you get to level, this one here is actually level 13. So once you get to level 13 here on the rare Pokeball, your Pokeball's then going to be worth 101. And if you can max out your Pokeball for rare, then Pookie will give you 1.5, so $150 instead of $100, which is actually what the Pokeball is worth with it when it's not discounted. So this is really cool. So it gives you the value conversion for Pokeballs and stickers here. So you can then see, okay, I have, for example, a level 24 like rare sticker. So that's going to be then worth $20. But if you wanted to calculate it all, you could calculate it manually like this, or you could use this simulator where you just type in the level of whatever asset you have. So it could be a Pokeball, it could be a sticker, and you can change it here on the left. You can put the names or the token IDs in here if you want to as well. And then you can put the rarity, and then this spreadsheet will calculate how much your collection is going to be worth in August. So it's a way for you to kind of get that projection now, but in the future. Really, really cool. So has anyone been using this yet? Has anyone actually valued their whole collection at all? I'd be keen to know if anyone has valued their entire collection and how much your collection would be worth in August based on today. I haven't done it myself. I've not had enough time to do it. I'll probably do it on the weekend where I'll just put in, like if I go to my Pookie here, you can see that I have, for example, a maxed out level 60 rare. So what I would do is I would kind of put into the spreadsheet a Pokeball, I'd change it to a rare, and then I'd put level 60 in here, and then it's going to give me how much that's going to be worth in August, okay? Now, you have to download or make a copy of this. It says it here. You can't edit it at the moment, so it's locked for editing. But if you download or copy the spreadsheet, or make a copy, you can then edit it, and all the formulas and everything will work. And then you can start to calculate. Arthur has, and his value is $84. Okay, cool. But you've only got one, what is it, one common? You must have some stickers as well, right? I think this is a very cool thing for Pookie to offer. Just makes it a lot easier for you guys to understand the implications of the update, and to then start to see very clearly where your money is coming from, and also hopefully to see that what you've spent so far is going to result in more money in August. So check it out. We're not going to do it here live today. I just wanted to show you this conversion and also the simulator. It's very, very useful. So do check it out. As I say, you've got all the values here worked out for you based on the levels as well. I had a question yesterday from someone that said, if I don't have a maxed out level Pokeball, then my Pokeball is just worth $25 then, isn't it? So they were looking at it thinking, they didn't see this conversion, right? They didn't see this spreadsheet, but they read the blog, and in the blog, it was very much giving, let's just go back to it actually, we can. Oh, let's go back to it, hold on. Yeah, so he was basically looking at this image here, where it was showing the difference between a asset which you just buy, right? And you don't put any resources into it at all. And then the max. So it was showing the absolute minimum and the absolute maximum. And he was kind of interpreting it that, okay, I need to get it to the max level. So if I have like, for the rare max level is level 60. So if I have like a level 40, then because that's not max level, I'm only going to get $100. And that's not the case at all, because as you can see, it gives you the individual. So if we go down to say level 40 for a rare Pokeball, that is going to be worth $106 at level 40. Now, what you can see is that the difference between 40 and 60 is quite big, okay? So this is level 60. It actually says 68 here, but this is the level 60. And so rather than getting, this is not level 40. This is level 40 here. Sorry, I'm looking at the columns. So level 40 would be 111, and then level 60 would be 150. So you can basically get an extra $39 for those extra 20 levels. So even if you are not at max level, you can still see here how much your Pokeball and sticker collection is going to be worth if you did not touch it, if it did not improve at all between now and August, right? So it's a very indicative, there it is there, it says it. It's a very good indicative spreadsheet that shows you what you could expect to get as a minimum in August from your collection. Okay, so, and then talks a little bit more about how they value the assets. So they value them based off the primary marketplace value. So that is in here without the discount. What is the, almost like the normal retail price, if you want to say that. And the normal price is not $20, the normal price is $25. So they just use almost the base value of the base selling value of the Pokeballs as part of their calculation. And then as we showed in here, they then take into account how much progress you've made on that Pokeball. So therefore, how much POC you've put into it, the time you've put into it, and then they compensate you for that fairly. And this kind of gives you a good breakdown. In fact, they give a really good example here. I'm going to read this example out because when you hear this example, it will show you just how much of a golden opportunity this is for existing and also new players to Pookie to take advantage of the fact that you can get these assets discounted now, and then in August, Pookie are going to give you full value for them. Look at this example here, right? So this is taking into account an ascended asset, right? So remember, if you have two commons, you can get them to max levels and then you can ascend them, which basically means convert it into a higher level Pokeball that's going to be worth more, right? Now, if you can ascend as many of your Pokeballs from now and as many of your stickers from now until the valuation, believe me when I say you're going to make a lot of money that you're then going to have in your Pookie account to then go and spend on the bigger, better league passes and sticker packs, right? And the reason I say that, this is a great example. Look, for ascended assets, we simply take the primary marketplace and progression value into account. To offer some context, if a player ascended 2 legendary Pokeballs, right? 2 legendary Pokeballs. So remember, a legendary Pokeball, the normal price of it is $1,600, okay? At the moment, it's worth $1,264 with a 20% discount. But normally, one legendary Pokeball is $1,600, okay? Keep that in mind. So, 2 legendary Pokeballs to be ascended into a mythic, right? A higher level one. Now, the mythic you can't even buy. You can only create them in the game. And it's a higher level bull than the legendary. The initial cost for the player was 3,680. Okay? And this is how they break it down. 2 times 1,600, okay? So 2 legendary bulls, 1,600 for each, right? Gives you 3,200. And then a fee, an ascension fee of $480, which is a lot, but we're talking about a legendary one here, right? So his total cost to ascend the 2 legendary bulls into a mythic was $3,680, right? But his ascended mythic bull will be valued in August at $6,400. $6,400, right? So he has spent 3,680 on the legendary bulls, and then he's basically progressed them, and he spent an extra 480 to ascend it. Okay, his total cost is 3,680, but Pooky are going to essentially give him $6,400 in August, right? And it's actually 2,720 more than the actual cost. And you can see it here, right? Where is it? You can see it here, look. Because once you ascend 2 legendary bulls, you create a level 0 mythic, which is then going to be $6,400 valued in August. So he's essentially, as an example, this player would essentially have an extra 2,720 in their account for free, basically, from Pooky. I think that's incredible. I think that's just absolutely incredible. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before, because you could almost argue that they don't really need to do that. And if they did need to do it, then they probably wouldn't have needed to have done it so good. The fact that that is giving you like 1.5 the value is unbelievably good. Imagine that in August, he doesn't need to throw in an additional 2,720. He's just going to receive that. Just going to receive it. I don't think people realize how good this value is. I paid $20 for a common ball, level it to max level, and get 37 in return. He basically give you back the $20 you spend and top it with nearly the full cost of another discounted common ball. Exactly. Yeah. I don't think people really understand, really get it. I don't think the penny's dropped. Yeah, I don't think the penny has dropped yet. I think for a lot of managers out there and players, they're realizing it, which is why the Pooky balls are being bought like there's no tomorrow, which is why the legendary got sold out. If I could afford a legendary, I'm telling you guys right now, I would have bought the legendary straight away. Because if I buy it for 1,264, and even if I didn't do anything with it, in a few months' time, you're basically going to give me, Pooky, $1,600. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Thank you very much. And of course, if you ascend them, then the additional amount that you make is exponential. So it goes even higher. So that's why I'm not kidding. That's why there's like a huge, huge incentive right now, not just to buy the Pooky balls and just sit on them, but buy them and then ascend the fuck out of them. Literally. Ascend the fuck out of them. Go hard with ascending them. Because I am, and that was an example that we done for the legendary. If you think about it, right, if I was to, I've got 2 rares, right? I've got 2 rares that I want to ascend. So I have, let's bring up another tab here. Right. Let's bring up another tab. So this one's ready to be ascended. This one we're 3 levels away. 3 levels away from being able to ascend it. Once we have these 2 maxed out, I'm going to combine them in this ascension, and that's going to create a epic Pokeball, which is on discount at the moment for $316, but I think is usually about 350, 380, something like that. Let's go back and have a look how much it's usually worth. The epic's actually usually worth 400. Okay, so the epic's usually worth about 400. That's the valuation I'm going to get for it. So my 2 epics I basically bought for $80. So I've spent about 160 on it. Then I've obviously put, XP into it. I put POC into it, which is the free kind of in-game currency that you earn from winning in the game. And I'm going to essentially create from $160, I'm going to create a $400 ball. That's mental. That's mental. Now there is going to be an ascension fee that I'd have to pay, right? So I don't know how much that is going to be for ascending 2 rares, but let's say that's going to be $40, right? So in total, I'm going to have a cost of $200, but then in August, Pookie's going to give me $400. You can see why I am now super desperate to want to get all my rare Pokeballs up to epic. And even, to be honest with you, even getting the commons that I have, these ones down here, I'm going to get all these to rare as well. So ascension and just getting these all maxed out is going to be the big priority now from today up until the valuation. And it might sound like we've got loads of time to do it because in 4 months' time will be August, right? 4 months is actually not a lot of time to get all of these Pokeballs maxed out. So it's going to be a squeeze. It's going to be very tight, but I'm hoping that I can do it. And I would 100% recommend that everyone else who's playing Pookie really has a big push to try and max out their assets as much as they can and then ascend them so you can basically get a lot more money from Pookie in the new update. When will the marketplace refresh? The marketplace will refresh in next week. Next week. I know, that is the problem. Yeah, so we have 4 months, but obviously in May, a lot of the competition stop, right? So the European leagues stop. So it's going to be slightly tricky to be able to get the Pokeballs all maxed out. What we can do, of course, is we can use them in the Japanese league, the Brazilian league, the Argentinian league, the MLS. So those leagues are still going. Also, we'll have the Euros. So don't forget that during the summer, there will be the Euro 24 tournament, and you will be able to use your Pokeballs for the Euro 24 tournament. So that will basically kind of plug the gap from the European season's ending. You can still kind of use them, and then you'll have a little bit of time after that where you won't for European games. But there will be enough opportunities to still use them with all the leagues that are covered in the game. Quite a useful point to remember here is that it actually says that the unspent POC won't carry over. Okay? So let's just say, for example, that we are at August and we are approaching the asset valuation. This is not going to get any valuation at all. Like the 972 that I have of POC, that will not factor into a valuation. So you need to use it all basically before the valuation, or you lose it. It doesn't carry over. So look, the only way to value POC is to spend it on your Pokeballs and stickers ahead of the asset valuation. So you don't want to have 972 or whatever POC you've got. You don't want to have that sitting in your balance. You basically, for asset valuation, you want to have your POC balance at 0. So you've spent all of your POC in your assets because that is going to give you the money. You are not going to get any money from having POC in here you need to invest it in your Pokeballs and stickers so that then they are higher in level, and then that is going to give them a bigger valuation on the account snapshot that they do. Hello to Assets in Sport. How you doing, man? I have 2,000 POC on my account right now. Another reason to buy another Pokeball. Yeah, it is. You've got 2,000 POC. Oh my God, that's pretty impressive. I remember when I had that and I loved it. It felt like I was a POC millionaire. Because POC is so valuable in the game. It's so difficult to accrue, to collect a lot of it, that having even 972 here, I think is a lot. But having 2,000 is definitely a lot. And so, yeah, you need to be putting that POC to use, guys. Don't just let it sit there. Like, even right now, this 972, that's okay. I want to be building it up a little bit because I'm going to need it when I start ascending and leveling up these balls to max. But the key here is to just make sure that you are reinvesting your POC into your Pokeballs and your stickers. I think in the past, before we had the update, there was like a mentality, even from me, and it was a good one, to try and save up as much POC as you could, because you never knew when you were going to have like a bad run in Pookie where you weren't winning any POC at all, but you would still need a reserve of POC so that you could dip into it and then still spend it on your Pokeballs and stickers to keep them leveled up, to pay for the cost of refilling the pressure on your Pokeballs and all that sort of stuff, right? But now the emphasis is not on building a stockpile of POC. The emphasis is you need to be using that POC to be leveling up your Pokeballs. And so if you are sitting on a huge reserve, then maybe consider buying some Pokeballs and putting that POC to use. We talked about the pricing a little bit yesterday. I do like the pricing. I think it's pretty good. If you think about it at the moment, if we take the common League Pass here, the common League Pass is $20, okay? And at the moment, the common Pokeball is also about $20. It's, $19.75. That's discounted, right? It's usually $25. So if you were not already playing Pookie, then in August, when the update goes live, it's actually going to be even cheaper for you to get involved in the game. And the great thing is that with the League Pass, you're not only getting lifetime entry into whatever league you buy that League Pass for. So it could be the Premier League, it could be the La Liga, etc. What that allows you to do, of course, is also get some attributes. You can also then get like a ton more benefits with the League Pass that we covered yesterday. The one thing that has just come into my mind here is I wonder what League Pass they will sell for international games. I wonder, maybe they'll just sell an international League Pass that you can then use for international tournaments, right? Like the Euros. Now, obviously, you don't need a League Pass for the Euros because this is coming in after the Euros, right? But we have, for example, the Nations League, and we've had Euro qualifiers in the past before. So I wonder if they're going to be selling League Passes for the specific competition. So like a Euro 24 League Pass and then a World Cup League Pass. That might be how they do it. That probably will be how they do it, actually, rather than just an all-encompassing international pass. And it'll be the same for the Champions League and the the Europa League as well. That if you wanted to predict in those, you would need to get a Champions League and a Euro. That's actually something that I'll probably want to do. I didn't think about it before, but I think I would probably want to have like a League Pass so I can make some predictions for midweek games as well. Yeah. Which is another reason why I want to try and get all of my Pokeballs and stickers fully maxed out so I can just get as much money from the valuation as possible. Because my plan come August is to basically own 2 league passes, 2 epic league passes. Now, I don't necessarily need to have epic league passes, right? I could buy tons of, if you think of the cost of, the cost of a common is $20. The cost of an epic is $540. You could basically get 20 league passes at common level for the cost of 1 epic, right? And then that will allow me, if I wanted to then go and predict 20 leagues per week, which, to be honest with you, would be overkill because there isn't even really 20 leagues that happen every week. But in theory, you could do it. But I think what I would want to do, as I mentioned, is I want to get the epic and I want to have all the benefits of the epics here. I'm already, at the moment with the Pokeballs, I've been working my way to an epic level with the rare Pokeballs that I've had. So for me, it kind of feels like a continuation of just moving up if I start at epic level in the new format. I think for the stickers, I don't think for the stickers I'll be getting an epic. I wouldn't mind getting some rare sticker packs though. Because having some rare, getting some good stickers from the rare sticker pack to apply on the epics could be a good combo. So that'll probably be the plan. But yeah, in order for me to get 2 epics, right, I am going to need to probably max out my full account. Because remember, when I basically level up and ascend the 2 rares, it's going to have a valuation of 400. And then what I will need to do is I will then need to try and level up the epic to as high a level as I can. Now, to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure I will not be able to get the epic Pokeball up to level 80. I won't be able to max it out from now until the update comes, so I will not be able to get $600 for it. But maybe I could get it to level 50. I don't even know if that's worth it, is it? This is the problem, really, is that, look, level 0 is 400, and then level, where is it? Level 50 is 422. That's quite a grind. That's 50 levels to grind up to get an additional $22. So it's cool that they give you a little bit of money for it, but I think, to be honest with you, in order to get the full value, you almost need to be getting your Pokeballs up to max level, because the max level would give me $600. But I will not be able to get it to level 80 in 4 months' time, I don't think. And if I did do that, I would probably be running out of POC to spend on bringing up the other Pokeballs that I've got up to max level. So I think what I'm probably going to do, it's weird that I'm going to say this, but I think what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to get this up to an epic, and then I'm just not going to use the epic. I'm probably then just going to leave it, and then I'm going to start to use the other Pokeballs to then bring them up to a much higher level and rarity. And then once I get, for example, these 2 rares, if I can get these 2 rares up to an epic, that's then going to give me a valuation of $800 come August. And then it will just be a case of then getting these commons up to rares, and then that should then give me a valuation of over $1,100, which then allows me immediately to go and buy 2 league epic passes in August. What's the difference between the rare and the epic league passes? So the difference comes down to the the amount of attributes that you get on them. So if we go to here, here you go. So this is the big difference here, is that you get additional boosts to your predictions with the attributes, right? So you know how every Pokeball at the moment offers you these attributes here, right? Of home, draw, away, over 2.5, under 2.5, and exact score. The way it's going to work with the league passes is that the home, draw, and away, and the exact score, everybody gets those on their league passes, whether they're common or legendary. Everybody gets home, draw, away, which is counted as the outcome, and then an exact score, okay? But then, if you go up in the rarities, you get additional attributes, right? And depending on how far you go, that will be the number of additional attributes that you get. So common, you basically get the two fixed, right? Which are outcome and exact. If you got a rare, you would get the outcome and the exact, but then you would get an additional 2 as well on top of that. If you got an epic, you would get again outcome and exact, and then you would get an additional 3. And the different outcomes that you can get are listed here. Okay. And so it's an effective way for you to be getting bigger boosts and basically getting more points from your predictions. Hello to Mark Gork. How you doing, man? And then just to kind of finish up on this article here, it then talks about other examples. And again, it kind of reminds you that you can use the simulator if you want to try and plan and project how much the minimum your account is going to be worth come August. So again, I'd recommend that you guys do that. And then it just goes through a couple of examples here. So let's just read the first two. So player A owns 2 common Pokeballs and 8 common stickers, and they're all at level 35. They have 150 energy, which allows them to predict 1.5 leagues per game week. So remember, it costs 10 energy to make a prediction. Most leagues have 10 games that you can predict each week. So that's 1 full league done, and then you've got 50 energy left over, which is why you can do 1.5 leagues per game week. The primary market valuation of that player's account is $90, and the valuation with progress is going to be $120, so a 33% increase, right? That allows them to purchase 6 common league passes. So remember, the common league passes are $20, so 20 times 6 is 120. And then that allows them to predict 6 full leagues instead of 1.5, right? So for the value that they've spent on the Pokeball compared to the value of the league passes, they can just predict in way more leagues rather than being confined to just 2 and then struggling. Well, they're not even to 2, just 1.5. This is a good example to show you how league passes are going to make it a lot more accessible and affordable for players in general. Player B, let's use this example too. They own 2 rare balls, 4 rare and 8 common stickers, and they're all at max level. They have 200 energy and they predict 2 leagues per game week in the current format. The primary market valuation is $320, but the valuation with progression would be $480, so a 50% increase there. And then they can then purchase, if they want to, 2 rare league passes and then 6 common league passes, which allows them to predict 8 leagues in general instead of 2 at the moment. So these examples here are a really good way to show how managers or predictors, if you want to call them that, in Pookie are in the new format going to be able to play the game much more wider than what they are at the moment. Am I going to be on the Pooky AMA later? Unfortunately not, no. But if anyone is on there later today, please can you let me know how it goes, and if there's any new information, any questions that are answered that we maybe don't have here. I'm gonna actually be having Pooky jump on the stream tomorrow to answer your questions as well, guys. So yeah, in addition to the AMA, if you can't make it, then we'll kind of have like almost our own AMA tomorrow with Pooky on the stream. So this article we covered quite quickly. The article yesterday was a bit of a killer. It's not that long, actually, but there was a lot to go through. And so it took us a long time to really sift through it. But I think in summary at the moment, I'm really enjoying this update because you've got this great asset valuation, which means that nobody's going to be worse off financially with the new update. If anything, a lot of people are going to be far better off financially, especially if you can take advantage of the discounted Pokeballs and stickers available right now. This is just insanely good to buy at a discount price and then be given a full valuation of that asset in a few months' time is unbelievable, almost unheard of. I really like the league passes, how they're going to allow not only more people to play more leagues, right, which is going to make the game more fun and also more accessible because it's actually a lot cheaper now. The barriers to entry to play Pooky fully are going to be massively lowered. But I quite like the league passes too, how they're much more than just an entry ticket to go and play. They'll also allow you to collect the clubs for that league that, you know, we always are saying, I want to collect that club. I want to have that club sticker. And you just can't really find them. Having a league pass is now going to allow you to collect the clubs that you want to. You'll also be generating consumables from your league pass, which are additional boosts that you get every week. And that's going to actually give you much more variation in how the leaderboards look every week. It's going to also help you in certain game weeks where you get a consumable that just really works with the fixtures that you've got in that game week. And then that's going to give you an edge. And I also like the fact that you can, the attributes, which should be the key things around how you predict, I like the fact now that the attributes are rewarded more for the higher up you go in the rarity. So if you're willing to invest in a higher rarity, you're going to get bigger boosts to the and more attributes which allow you to score more points, basically, in a game week. Yeah. The stream starts tomorrow at 12. Yeah. Yeah, which is why, because we're going to have Pooky on tomorrow, and we're going to be covering the token tomorrow. So there's another article that we haven't gone through on the stream, because we're kind of breaking each article down into different streams, right? Tomorrow, we're going to go through this article, and then we're just going to sum up everything around the update for Pooky. And Pooky being in the stream will be able to answer a lot of questions as well that we'll have. But obviously, that's going to mean that our time tomorrow to dedicate on Sorare lineup builds is going to be very limited. So that's why we're going to pretty much do most of our lineup build for the weekend today. All right. We're not going to cover this article now. We are in a minute. I'm going to start basically doing our deadline day lineup build now. So we don't have to really worry about it tomorrow. But before we move it on, any questions? Anything that's come up? Any thoughts at all or opinions around what we just covered here around the asset valuation? Do you know if there will be limited league passes for sale each week? So if you miss out, you have to wait a week to purchase the pass. I think it's going to be the same like that, yeah. I don't know for sure, but I am basically just assuming at this stage that they will continue the supply drop weekly, but instead of Pokeballs, it will be league passes. And again, if they sell out, then you have to then wait a week to then get your hands on that league pass. That'd probably be something that someone will ask in the AMA today. Like, I would also like to know a little bit about whether the prize pools are going to be affected or changed in how they calculate them. And I'd also like to know the breakdown of the prize pools for, if we just go back here, because one thing that they've mentioned, which I think is great, by the way, is that there are going to be more ways to earn, right? Where is it? Here we go. More rewards than ever. And they talk, where is it? Here we go. They talk about a weekly, monthly, and a rarity leaderboard. But at the moment, obviously, we don't have any details on like how that prize pool will look like and what will be the breakdown of it. So maybe they can't offer that now, but I would also love to know more information. Like, is it going to be that the weekly prize pool has less than the monthly prize pool? Which, to be honest, I'd expect, right? Because if you're going to be doing a monthly leaderboard where you have to perform better over a longer period of time, then that should have a bigger prize pool, right? But then does the rarity leaderboard have a bigger than the monthly and stuff like that? So yeah, I'm going to be asking a few questions tomorrow anyway, when they come on around the update. But so far, I've been very impressed with the update, not only with how Pooky have delivered it, because there's a lot of detail and a lot of good information, but I also love the direction that the game's taken. One rare league pass or two uncommon league passes. I guess that depends on whether you want to predict several leagues or whether you just want to focus on one league but have a higher, more stronger league pass to allow you to place higher up in that leaderboard. For me, I'm not too interested in quantity. I'm more interested in quality. And so my strategy on the new Pooky is going to be having higher rarity that allows me then to focus a lot stronger on only a few leagues, right? Whereas some people, they might think, you know what, I'm not interested in only playing a few leagues. I want to play as many leagues as I can. And then that might mean that it's actually a little bit better for them to buy lower rarity to keep the cost down at the expense of then not having enough, not having as many attributes, right? Which is going to give them a boost. But it then allows them to have more chances to potentially win in more leagues, right? Whereas for me, if I focus on two leagues, then if I don't do well in those two leagues, then that's it, right? My whole focus is in only two competitions rather than having my what's the expression? Having my my hands in lots of what's the expression? Having my hands in lots of pies? That doesn't sound right, does it? But you get the point. You get the point. I don't want to say an expression that sounds like creepy. I was going to say having my fingers in lots of pies, but that sounds horrible. Is it fingers in lots of pies? It is, isn't it? I always feel like that just sounds so wrong. Fingers in lots of pies. Maybe it's just because I've got a dirty mind. But whenever I think of that, I'm not I'm not thinking of pies. I'm thinking of something else. All my eggs in one basket. Yeah. Also that too. Yeah. I'm putting all my eggs in one basket, whereas or a few baskets, whereas if you went for just loads of lower costing passes, then that allows you to play in more leagues. So then you have your eggs in more baskets, right? Fingers in lots of crisp packets, yeah. Right. Guys, before we move it on and we start to do some lineup building for the weekend, any questions, any kind of anything that wasn't clear from what we covered today around the transition period for Pookie and the asset valuation. I think what I want to try and almost get across to you guys, the big takeaway here is that if you have not already started to play Pookie, then believe me, this is a unique opportunity to start playing this game today, because you can go and buy these assets, right, at discount prices, and then in a few months' time, Sorare is basically going to buy them back off you, but for full price. You're actually going to make money off buying these here today, right? And for those that are playing Pookie already, I would still recommend, if you can, and especially if you've got POC in your account that needs to be spent, I would definitely recommend trying to buy more of these whilst you can, because again, it's just a great opportunity to get basically more money in your account for free from Pookie in August. But especially what you should be trying to do is trying to max out the Pookie balls and the stickers that you've got, and where possible, trying to ascend them to the higher level. So we've known that that's been a focus for a lot of people, but now there probably needs to be an even bigger push to try and get the ascensions happening quicker, to get your Pookie balls maxed out. So if you found that you were just using one Pookie ball for all your predictions, because that is your best Pookie ball, that's giving you the best rewards, I think what you need to be thinking about a bit more now is not the rewards that you could win from now until the new update. You need to be thinking about what your gallery, your collection could be worth in a few months if you start using the other Pokeballs that you haven't been using, just so you can get them maxed out, leveled up, ascended, so that then when that day comes in August where Pookie does the snapshot on your account, you are going to be making a lot of money based off your value of your collection, and then that money then gets credited into your account and allows you then to go and have more money to spend in the new format. All right. We're going to take a very quick break here, and then when we come back, we're going to start to figure out what our weekend lineups are going to be. And also, hopefully, we have some throw your hats in the rings, because we still have a ton, and I literally mean a ton. We've got 8 games here. 8 slots are available for you guys to get on a list to win a limited card. And all you need to do is you just need to give me a prediction, a score prediction for any of these games which we can predict on, right? And you can do that by redeeming the throw your hat in the ring coupon in the stream. So just look at the yellow icon, which is next to the chat, click on it, redeem the throw your hat in the ring, and then basically you just give me a game that you want to do a score on. I'll open up that game and I'll put the score in that you give me. And if you are correct, so if you say that Columbus DC United is going to be 2-1 to Columbus, and it is actually 2-1, you're going to win a limited card. So we've got 8 more slots available. Once they go, that's it. Then we will have a full 14 of you guys that will then be having a chance to win a limited card this weekend. So we'll be back in 5, guys. All right, guys, welcome back again. So if you're just tuning in, we've just spent the last hour and a half or so just running through one of the additional blogs on Pooky about the update. Fantastic update that's coming. Can't wait for it. And the big takeaway really from today's kind of deep dive on the Pooky update is that right now it's just a golden opportunity to get involved in this game, because you can buy the Pokeballs and the stickers at a discount price. And then what will happen in August is that basically Sorare will buy them back off you, but rather than buying them back at the discount price, they'll give you the full price for them. And so you'll actually make money, you'll have more money than what you spent to get them. And then you can use that money in the new format, which was just going to give you a very strong start to the new game in August. So take advantage of it. I think you can see already that there's only 18 Pokeballs left. You can tell that a lot of people are clocking on now and thinking, shit, like if I buy an Epic for 317, then I'll be able to get basically $400 for it in a few months minimum, and then potentially more. And it's a no-brainer. So if you have not had a chance to get a Pokeball so far and you've been thinking about doing it, this is definitely the time to do it. Just keep in mind that you won't have the Pokeball in a few months' time, but you'll get the money back for it. And as I say, the full money, then you can use that to go and buy the new league passes, as they're going to be called, in a few months' time. If you're not playing Pooky yet and you want to get involved, then please do use the link in the chat, because that link not only helps to support the channel, but it also gives you a discount too. So you get loads of discounts at the moment. You get a 5% discount plus the 20% discount here. So, and you also get POC tokens, which, as we talked about earlier, you are going to need these POC tokens even more now so that you can level out and max out your Pokeballs and your stickers, so that in August you then get an even bigger valuation for what you own. Are the balls going to disappear? So what's basically going to happen, I think, we don't know the mechanics of it, but what's going to happen is that the Pokeballs are going to be replaced by what's called league passes, which are better, actually, funny enough, than the Pokeballs. So the Pokeballs won't exist in the game anymore. They won't have functionality in the game. And I think what will happen is that Pooky will probably create some kind of like a buyback option in the game, where you press the button and it says, okay, you're going to be sending all of your Pokeballs or whatever, your Pokeballs and stickers, like you're going to create a transaction. It's going to send them probably into a Pooky wallet. And then in return, Pooky's then going to credit you with the dollar amount that they're worth, something like that. We don't know the mechanics yet of how it's going to work, but yeah, they're going to take a snapshot of your account in August, and they're going to value your account based off account progression. So if you have been leveling up balls, they get, your higher level balls get even more on the, if you've been putting in resources to level them up, they're going to be worth more. And then you also get the kind of like the primary base market value for them. So this is not the normal price for them, right? The $20 for a common, 80 for a rare. Like the rare, like as an example, if you bought a rare, if you could have bought a rare, they've now sold out. But if you bought a rare for $80 today, in a few months' time, Pookie's going to take a snapshot of your account. They're going to see that you've got a rare in there, and they're going to value that rare at £100, not 80. And so then you get credited the $100 instead of 80. And that just means that you obviously then get more money for free, basically, and more money to then go and spend in the new format. Sorry, I redeemed a throw your hat in the ring just before the break. Can I predict the Seattle game, please? You can indeed, yeah. I did see it. Thank you for reminding me, though. Will they buy back also my ball, the old one? Yeah, they will. It's an insane, just before we move it on, it's an insane opportunity. Insane. Because this actually allows people who wouldn't ordinarily be able to afford, for example, the higher rarity balls. This allows them to make money that would then allow them to start in the new format buying the higher rarity league passes if they wanted to. So if you look at your collection and if you continue to add to your collection, your entire collection of Pokeballs and stickers and also energy is going to be given a valuation. And let's say, as an example, I don't know how much my collection's worth, but you can work it out. There's a link in the blog, so make sure you check out the links, right? We won't go through it again. We've already done it. But there's a simulator, a spreadsheet that will work out for you how much your collection is worth today. And so it would give you an idea of what it would be worth in August if you didn't add to it or improve it. And let's just say, for example, that my collection was worth like $2,000, right? Then in August, the Pokeballs kind of almost get probably traded in to Pookie. And then in exchange, I get $2,000 credited into my account, which I can then use to go and spend in the new format to buy all the league passes, the cool new stuff that's going to be a lot better and much more fun. And that applies to Pokeballs that's already in your account, stickers that are already in your account, and then also Pokeballs and stickers that you add to your account from now up until the day of the valuation. No, the currency will not stay as Matic, it's just being removed. Yeah, Matic is being removed. They're moving to their own token. They're moving to their own token. The valuation that they do will be on USD. And the prices of things will be in USD. But you'll also be able to win a token. So basically the two currencies, I think, in the game are going to be USD and the token. Yeah. The Matic you own, you will be able to cash it out. Yeah, that's right, yeah. So if Pookie gives you a valuation, just to keep it nice and simple, right? Let's just say that I went out today and I bought one epic Pokeball, right? For $317, right? I buy it for $317. In August, and let's say that I have no Pokeballs in my account whatsoever. I'm a new player. I go and buy this epic today for $317, right? In August, Pookie's going to credit my account with $400 for that epic. They're going to value that epic at $400 in August, not $317. So you're already making there like $83, right? Alone for doing nothing. Now you can't take the money out of the game. You must spend it, and there will be a mechanic in the game that prevents you from withdrawing it. But it's basically additional money that you get for free that then allows you to go and spend in the game. And you're making money on an asset for nothing, basically. We haven't talked about the token yet, but we are going to be discussing the token tomorrow. It's a good question, by the way. You can find out if you want. You can go and check out the blog yourself on the token. So you can kind of see where it's going to be, how it's going to work. We're going to be covering this a bit more in detail tomorrow. So there's the link if you guys want more information on the token. and what's going to be happening to Matic as well in the game. We're going to be doing this tomorrow, and we're going to have Pooky on the chat tomorrow as well. He'll be able to answer your questions and talk about it more as well. But let's, for the time being, do the throw your hat in the ring. So Abon65, I think he said he wants to do the Seattle game, right? What score are we putting in for the Seattle game, Abon? Uh, 2-0. Yeah, okay, 2-0. Perfect. So again, we have to be using Pokeballs now that we want to try and max out. Okay, it's so important. You need to be thinking about using the Pokeballs that are really low levels that you've not touched at all. You need to be thinking more about August rather than how many points they can give you now, right? Because I'm not even too interested anymore about using the best Pokeball here that can give us the most amount of points. What I'm thinking about, what you guys should really be thinking about too, is what are the Pokeballs that need the XP so I can take them up a level and get them even closer to max levels. So I can then ascend them. And then in August, Pookie's then going to give me a much higher valuation for that ascended Pokeball than what they are worth today. So keep that in mind. So we're going to be using this one. Where is it? This one, because we are trying to get this one up to level 60 as quickly as we can. And then when we do that, we're going to ascend it with this Pokeball here. And then we're not going to touch our ascended Pokeball. We're then just going to take the higher valuation from Pookie in a few months' time. We're then going to be using for our predictions all of these other Pokeballs, right? That we've not really used anymore. We need to start using them to get them up to the max levels too. So, 2-0. Here we go. And we're going to add that into the tracker as well. Seattle versus, who was it? Montreal. Okay. And we're going for 2-0. And that was from Abon65. So Abon65, thank you so much for the prediction, man. If that game ends up being 2-0, you're going to win yourself a limited card and you will be able to choose what limited card you want to win. So fingers crossed, man, for both of us here that it's 2-0. Remember, guys, that everyone can take part in this here. So right now we have 7. So we've got 50% of the games predicted already. There are another 7 slots available. So there's, once they've gone, that's it. You won't be able to take part in this competition until next week again. And it's just a good way for you to win another Sorare card and follow another game, have a bit more fun. Do the people pick that win pick the rewards? They pick the reward, yeah. They pick what they want to win. Okay. So they pick from a list that we have of cards that we are giving away. Yeah, so they pick from that list there. And that list changes every week. The priority works based on the first exact score that we have in a game week. So if you look here, Ligma, we've had a prediction already for 3-0. So if that is the first exact score that we get in the game week, then that person gets first choice on what card they want from the pile. Let's say that they don't get the exact score, and then the second person doesn't get the exact score, and then nobody else gets an exact score apart from then this guy here. So this is the first one that gets the exact score in the game week. Then that person gets the first pick of what cards they want from the pile. So there's a little bit of strategy as to picking the earlier games there. Because if you pick the earlier games and you can actually nail the earlier game, then you will get the first pick. You'll get the priority. Yeah, it's kind of better to pick the early games if you can. But obviously, if you pick an early game and you're not picking that game because you don't feel confident in it, like maybe you feel the most confident about a game down here, right? But you're picking an early game because you want to try and have the first choice on the cards to win, but you end up not doing good on the prediction. But if you'd have picked this one, you would have got it exactly correct. Then in that sense, it would have been better to go here because then you're at least going to win something, right? So there's a little bit to think about. Do you pick the early game, even if it's a game that you're not 100% confident on? Or do you pick a game that's maybe further down in the order, but it's a game that you're much more confident on that you can get 100% correct? Because remember, you've got to get them 100% correct to win a limited card. Thank you also, Twisted Fortune. Yeah. Anthony Uja. Yeah. Yeah, I used to own him, didn't I? Yeah. No, we're not going to do highest Pookie score. We're literally just going to do it first. I mean, we could have done the highest Pookie score as well, right? That could have been one way to do it. But that's almost counterintuitive because then what would happen is we'd end up getting managers in their mindsets that be thinking, okay, I want to do 2-1, but in order for me to maybe get the first pick, I want to be doing a score that's bigger than 2-1, just so that I can potentially get the most points, right? And I think what's more important is just trying to be accurate rather than trying to chase the highest amount of points that you can get from a game. So, and that's why it's also first come, first served. So when I open this ticket up, this coupon, it's like if you're there and if you are hungry enough to want to try and win that limited card, then you got to redeem it first. If you redeem it first, you get the first pick. If that person picks the first game and then they get that first game 100% correct, then early bird gets the early worm, right? So yeah, it's all about just trying to get in here quickly and also just making sure you're on the strings regularly so that you don't miss the opportunity to take part in this competition. Do you think trying to be accurate works better than aiming for higher points in Pookie? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Which is why they're doing this here. Because this update is going to reward the people that are more accurate with their predictions than what we get in the current format. Because we've shown countless times that you can basically just deliberately not do an exact score and then just put every game as a crazy high score, like a 3-3 or a 4-4, right? And you can end up scoring better than somebody that has gone for exact scores of 1-0. Because the exact score of 1-0 is not going to give them a load of points, right? If it is expected to be 1-0. And so they could have 3 or 4 1-0s, and then you could just have 2 3-3s or 4-4s or whatever, and you've basically put those scores in for every game, and you're going to be winning more than what that other person got, who's tried to be accurate, who's tried to apply some knowledge and skill to it. And that's why it's kind of, it doesn't really work in this current format, but in the new format, it will reward you for getting the exact scores. If you haven't read the blog, then I really recommend you read all of this here, or you try and watch the video. There's also a video that you can watch, and honestly, it's very, very good. It will explain a lot. So what we're going to do now is we need to figure out our lineups for the weekend. And I had a little go at this last night. And this was the Cap 240 team that I put together. And I don't know whether I really want to do this or not. So we're going to revisit this now. Hello to Bramo. I like everything so far on the update, except the fact that they will drop the Matic for their own currency. I was a little bit surprised that they were going to be dropping Matic, you know. I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit surprised by that. Because when you do your own token, right, you're then basically saying that your token is going to be better than a currency that's already widely adopted. So it shows a lot of confidence that they have in their own project. But it's a risk as well, because if you do your own token and it's not quite as good as the crypto coin out there that you were using, it can kind of feel like a mistake, right? I'm quite excited for the token though. I like that it has a burning mechanism in there, and I like that it's capped as well, so it can't get silly with the supply. And I think the way that the game is shaping up is that, in theory, they should be able to attract a lot more people into the game, so kind of getting that demand spike, and then having a limited supply of tokens that is then burning away, in theory means that the tokens that you win should be, over time, worth more and more and more. But yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a fair point. I was a little bit surprised when I heard that they were moving away from Matic. Yeah. The token is going to be available on exchanges, yeah. They haven't mentioned what exchanges it's going to be on, but they have mentioned that it's going to be available on the exchange. And I would assume that one of them would be Coinbase, yeah. But we don't know at the moment. Okay. Let's take these guys out to try and do it again. Zalahi at 62 is high. Kadri at 57 is high too. He's up against Yupen, which is quite a good game for him. Yeah. Okay, hold on a minute. One thing I've not actually tried yet is whether I could do, if I wanted to, in Cap 240, could I play Zalahi and Smolcic? No, I don't think it's that great a game to do it, but I'm getting a little bit worried that if I don't put them in somewhere, I won't be able to play them at all. We then only have 80, so an average of 40 per position, which would then mean that what? I could do then Frank Bolly, who I had in there before, and I think Bolly has a good fixture there. And then we have 39. Which would mean, at the moment, it'd probably be Victor Edvardsen. Who does have a good game, but I mean, it doesn't have to be Edvardsen. It could be Grilak as well. I don't know whether that's actually better. I don't think it is, actually. I like it, but at the same time, I'm curious to see how it's valued, as tokens which are used in wider areas usually are worth more and a higher value. Yeah. I think with tokens, it's always a bit of an unknown, isn't it? Like how they're going to do. I have 250.06 with Suarez, Costa, Inigo, Cordoba, and Armani. I need a good 100 plus, at least from Michael Nagadu as he's captained. You never know. He could do that. He could really do that. What's your opinion on the Continental Night Special Weekly from Calvert? I don't like the one player L15 of 40 cap requirement and max 3 from one team. We pay premiums for top cars with UCL utility, and they're taking it away. It's actually a good point from Calvert. When I read about it, it's basically what they were doing for underdog or specialist, isn't it? I think specialist, actually. That was the requirement for specialist. I personally didn't like it that you have to have a maximum player with one player with a maximum L15 of 40. I personally didn't like it, but I didn't like it not because it doesn't suit my gallery, because it does actually. I didn't like it because I just figured that the capped modes anyway, as in general, because they're being removed, I just thought you could have done the Continental Special Weekly and just given it an overall cap, like a team cap, right? So it could have been done like for 240 or 280, the overall team cap, rather than restricting and refining that one player has to have a cap under X, right? I don't think they needed to do it that way. And I think that probably it would have been better, in my opinion, if they just said, you have to build a team under a cap of 240 or 280 or whatever for the continental competitions. Boom, keep it nice and simple. Rather than one player has to be max of L1540, you can't have more than 3 players, blah, blah, blah. Having the overall cap kind of eliminates a lot of that anyway. And if they didn't want people to be stacking, then they could have just set the cap lower. But yeah, they've done it that way. I don't actually know. I tried to lineup build for it because it's in game week 466, right? I tried to lineup build for it, and for some reason, maybe it's because I literally don't have any players for it, but I was surprised that I didn't have any players for it. When I done it in Rare, Continental Classic Rare, I don't have any players for it. I was quite surprised. I thought with my rare collection, I would at least have one player. Oh, is it contenders? Okay. Well, maybe that's why. Here we go. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, I was doing it wrong. Thank you, guys. Yeah. So I do have players for it. Yeah, because when I done it and I was obviously doing it wrong, I was like, why would I not have players for it? But yeah, it's down here. Perfect. Great. The mystery solved. And I should have then Dominguez as well. Yeah. Because that was the reason why I bought the Quito boys, because I knew that I'd be able to use them in the midweek game weeks, right? But obviously with this requirement, look, so this is why I kind of have a bit of a beef with it, actually, because I kind of bought these players with the intention to use them in the midweeks, right? But I can't actually line them up because you need to have one player with an L15 of 40 or below. I don't have that. So I'm not a huge fan. I mean, I do. I've got Bolivar, but he's not going to play. So, you know, ideally what I wanted to do was something like this, right? Dominguez and then Quintero and then POV. And then as an extra, probably Michael Hoyos, right? Or Pereira. Either one's fine. But probably, look, that's River Plate. Probably Michael Hoyos there. And then up front, Lucero. Or I could have done Lucero and then Pochettino, which is, again, another reason why I bought them, so I could have a stack like that. But the way it is at the moment is that I wouldn't be able to do it like that, would I? because there has to be one player with an L15 of 40 or below. And so, yeah, I kind of agree with Calvert that I think it's a little bit disappointing because I'd done all this planning and team building months ago so that I could put out teams like this for the midweek. And I mean, technically I could in a different competition, right? I just feel like I shouldn't really be penalized for having planned this months ago. And I didn't know, of course, that we were going to get this special weekly, but kind of the special weekly should just be there so that the guys that did plan for these types of competitions can then use them in this type of competition that is then targeting those continental competitions, right? I mean, I'm certainly not going to go and buy anyone. Like, I'm not spending any more money in Sorare. I've already spent enough. So, yeah, it's not that great, really, when you see it like that. Because this would have almost been the perfect team to have played in this competition, right? Every single player has home games. To be fair, Lucero didn't play in the last game, but maybe he plays in this one. I've got 3 players maximum from the same team, so it's not heavily stacked. Just disappointing. I mean, I haven't given it too much thought until Calvert really talked about it. I saw it, I read through the requirements, and I thought, oh, I don't like that L15 or 40 requirement in there. Even though a lot of my players in my gallery are low L15s, I know that the players that I had for that type of competition, the Sudamericana, the CONCACAF, the Libertadores, I don't have players that have low L15s because I deliberately targeted players that tend to have high L15s so I can do really well in a midweek when those games come around. So I kind of feel like I've been unfairly punished there, as I'm sure a few others have as well. I don't think that this is a good game to target, really. I think that we would be paying too much for these players to go in our team, and they probably would not be able to justify their cost in the 240 team. As in, we play Salahi with an L15 of 62. Is he really going to get 62 and more? And ideally, he would need to get kind of around 80 to justify this type of cost in an L15 240 competition. He's not, is he? Not against his opponent. They've only lost 1 game at home. They've been very strong. But look, Hajduk have been quite strong away from home. The last time they played, I think, didn't Rijeka win? Yeah, they won away, look. 2-1, I remember that game. I was actually quite surprised that they beat Hajduk away. Because I thought that would be a draw or Hajduk would edge it 2-1. They have a 40% chance for a clean sheet. No, they don't. I'm sorry. They don't. Surely not. Wow. Rijeka have not conceded a goal in any of their last 7 games. That's impressive. Wow, that's really impressive. Hashtag have been struggling a little bit recently as well, haven't they? Wow. Okay, so maybe there's some truth to that. It's not, it is that sort of fixture where it could be 1-0, 1-1, 2-1. It could be anything, really. If you look at the head-to-head, they don't tend to have many draws, actually, when these two teams go up against each other. This is quite a big game for Rijeka, because if they win this one, then they're going to be on course to probably win the title. If Hajduk win it, they're back in the race a little bit. It doesn't strike me as the game that we should be targeting, though. Especially when I think I've got other defenders that are cheaper. Look, defenders on average have scored 39 against Hajduk. Because it's Hajduk, right? Difficult team, good team as well, one of the better teams in the division. Their matchup indicator must not be that good. It's not 2. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense to target somebody else, really. Okay, because I don't even think if we do this here, I don't want to play 2 forwards in a threshold team. That's not the right way to do it, to hit threshold. We could play Molon, for example, but I don't think we really want to when he's got this type of scoring at the moment. Not at all. Grylak we could play, but the issue with Grylak is that he will not score at the moment more than 60 if he does not get a decisive. And if he does get decisive, he'll also struggle to score more than 60. Now, 60 is fine, but what we can't have is a player that either does that or this here. I'd much prefer to target a player that is consistently mid-range for threshold. So that's the reason why we don't look at Grylak there or Molon. We don't look at Benitez because he's got an L15 that's very good for Cap 220, which allows us to play him with his forward of Garces from the same team. And then we have Edvardsen, who we could play, even though Edvardsen got benched in the last game. He has a good home game, but it means we have to play 2 forwards. Or we play Edvardsen in here, and then who do we have as the extra for 42? Farrell, no. Bokat could do, but probably not, given his form is awful right now. Really not good. Then Tapia. Don't want to be playing Tapia as a forward. He's not scoring that great, so no. So I don't think we do it like that. I think we do play Kadri, because that is a fixture that's just almost too good. Not the greatest fixture for Morales, really, away. But we know that he can hit a perfect score of 100. And even if he doesn't score well away from home, we can usually expect around 50 from him, which is perfect, really, for threshold. We could play Amperero here. But the issue I've got with that is that if I play Amperero, I want to be pairing him up with the other Universitad boys like Zampedri, Tapia, even Pinares. And if I wanted to play Zampedri here, then it gives us the same problem where we don't have anyone other than Tapia now to play. And Tapia would give us that stack here, but no. You know, like, I don't want to do that stack in Threshold. I probably do want to play them because I think a home game for them, they've got a chance here to improve because they've not been that good at the moment. They've actually not scored in any of the last 3. But I don't want to take that risk, I think, in Threshold because this is too important for us to take a risk like that. So I think what we do is we actually play Morales there. Then we probably play Bolly still. And then we have 47. So probably these guys are okay, actually. It's just a case of who do we play as the last. And I put Garterman in. And I don't think I want to do Garterman. He doesn't tend to do that good away from home. Hello to Gus. Hi, FTS. Is your gallery mainly built to be effective or have fun? Yeah, it's definitely not built to have fun. No. It's built to win. Yeah. To win rewards consistently. But in a smart way without spending a lot of money. How have you built your gallery? Have you just kind of got like a gallery that you're just playing for fun? I mean, obviously we want to have fun along the same at the same time. But yeah, I'm in this to win it really, and to win rewards that can help us keep growing and we can sell them. To be fair to him, they've started to improve, haven't they, Aberdeen? They've won their last 2 games and he's been improving a little bit away from home. They're also going up against a really poor team. Livingston are so bad. The bottom of the table. God, look at the head-to-head. Maybe we do Garterman here. I mean, maybe Garterman is the right play. We've got 47 to spend. Garterman playing for an improving Aberdeen team. His performances and scoring is improving too. And he's up against a weak opponent. And he has the potential for a really high AA. Maybe that is the play. Maybe I'm kind of like, I'm second guessing it too much, really. I mean, Santos is good, but I don't want to target Santos in this away game. Peter Musa we could have played here, but again, it's 2 forwards in Threshold, which is a rule of thumb you don't really want to do. Maybe we've got it right. We've probably got it right there. And then I've got the captaincy on Kadri. We could equally put it on Morales, but Kadri away to Eupen. It's probably one of those fixtures where he could deliver a big score. I think your gallery may be in a 3rd category to be efficient. What do you mean? It probably is, yeah, but I'm in it to win it, man. I build my gallery to win. No, yeah, to be fair, Connor, I was thinking that actually. I was thinking about Hugebar, but then I looked at who he's got, and Hugebar's got a horrible opponent. Dynamo. the Dynamo Zagreb away. I was thinking that, but I was like, I don't want to touch that game at all. Yeah, probably a game. His scoring in the last game was brilliant. Look, 83, right? I think if they were playing anyone else other than Dynamo Zagreb, I might have looked at it. But yeah, that's the type of game where he's probably going to score like 20 or something. Like here, 23. If we put this into the lineup builder, in fact, let's do suggest a lineup first of all. I've actually not done that yet, so I don't know what the tool is going to recommend for me to line up with for the weekend. But if we've done it for game week 465, oh, would you look at that? Wow. You know what? That's interesting because before I put Bolly in, I wanted to play Carlos Garces as the forward because it's Garces at home, a huge win percentage against this opponent. He's in very good form, but I didn't think I could fit him in. Now, this is two forwards. That's the problem. This is two forwards in a threshold team, which I don't tend to do. What's funny is that I've got Garces and Benitez together, but in cap 220. So if I show you my cap 220, look, Garces and Benitez here, which to be honest with you, works really well because we've used the full cap. I've got Hansen in there with a cost of 34, who's a starting goalkeeper. And then we've thrown Hoyos in there and then Peter Musa. I think this is really strong. There's probably an argument that we could maybe not play Hoyos here because with Hoyos, you never know when he's going to start. So I could maybe take a less risky approach here by playing Pinares or Santos here, Molon, Grilak. But as a cap 220 team, this is very strong. It's interesting that I could put that team, this team in threshold, which I wasn't considering. I like that it's picked Bolly, Kofi, and Kadri because that's what I was thinking anyway. And I kind of like that it's picked these two as well because we've picked that combo in 220. Interesting. If we took out Garces and we took out Benitez, right? Hold on a second. Let's do it again. So this team has a score of 79 and it has a 56% chance, according to soraredata, to hit $15, right? To hit the 270 point mark. If I took these guys out and I put Morales in instead, which is what we've got right now, and then if I put Gartenman in, where's Gartenman? And then we put the captaincy on Kadri, that team has a 42% chance and a score of 73. So it's not too far off. And probably the advantage here is that it's still kind of strong. We're running with two defenders rather than two forwards, which is what I prefer for threshold. You'll notice for cap 220 that I'm running with two forwards because I don't mind taking a bit more of a risk in 220 because you're not trying to get over a line. I don't want to risk getting over the line, which is the important thing for threshold. I like the team that it suggested to me. And I think that if I was not going to be entering another team into Cap 220, then I would probably do that, actually. I'd probably say, you know what, soraredata, that's actually a really good team. Let's do that. But because we are going to use these two in 220 to make our 220 quite strong, I think that we don't do it, but I quite like that it suggested that to me. I target for rare. I only target 270. Yeah, I don't target anything more than 270 in rare. For limited, I always target 340. So at the moment, if you look here for our Sorare results, right? Oh, we've dropped out of the rewards for. Why have we dropped out of the rewards for All Star when we're in the reward positions? What's going on? Oh my god, it's glitched out. There's some glitchiness going on with soraredata because in All Star there's 2,500 positions that's paying. We're 910th, so we should be getting a reward there, even though it's not really a good score. But when we click on that lineup and we click on this here, it's kind of glitching out. So there's some kind of an issue with soraredata. But if I go back, if I show you this team, okay, so this team, we targeted 340, which is why we're getting the $8, right? So in limited, I always target $8. We hit 352, but then for my here it is here, it's corrected it now. But for rare, I target 270, and we done shocking. We're nowhere near hitting it. In fact, we can't hit it. Yeah. Had a disaster from Room. Lucero didn't get on, unfortunately. He didn't start, and then he didn't get on. And then we captained Arcus, who done terrible. So definitely don't deserve to get threshold, and no complaints we didn't get it. Yeah. I want to win as much as I can. I have a big challenger focus, but something in me keeps telling me I could buy champion cards to have way more lineups each week. Don't buy them now. Don't buy them now. Yeah. Buy them for next season. Or buy the classic cards at the end of the season. But don't buy champion cards now, man. Wait until the end of the season now. Was wondering if you also have a voice in you that keeps telling you that you want to put more lineups out to have extra opportunities to win rewards. I did have that voice for a long time, and I did actually end up putting more money into the game, buying more players so I could put out more lineups, and what happened was I regretted it. And I regretted it because I mainly bought the lineups in limited. And so I lost a lot of money with limiteds just crashing in price for no reason other than just supply saturation. And so what I ended up doing was I ended up just coming out of limited, basically. I then done the same for rare, but I've reached a point in my gallery where I could go and buy more teams, right? But I don't want to. So I think I've got a good enough gallery now that can win me cards rather than me having to go and buy cards to build a lineup. I think I should be able to, with my players now, to win enough cards that will then build lineups for me naturally. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But there's always a thought in my head thinking, okay, I don't have a champion rare team. Why don't I put a champion rare team out and put some money in? But I want to try and win the cards to do it. And then if I then need to go and buy some cards for a team, I need to think about the right time to do it as well. And I don't need any more cards for challenger or contender. I don't need to buy any. I'm happy to win more. But the only kind of real gap that exists in my gallery is champion. I don't have a champion limited team. I don't have a champion rare team. But I will be getting a champion rare team next season. So I'll be saving up my money to do that over the summer. And then I'll also, well, I won't be doing it for limited. Yeah, because I don't like limited. We are playing limited with the cards that we've had from the past, but I've got no intentions to buy, to build any more teams in limited. I'm pretty much done with this scarcity, and I don't like the way that the prices of the cards have been managed by Sorare over the past 2 years, it completely puts me off investing in this scarcity anymore. Because I've done it before and I just lost too much money. And it's not my own fault that I lost it because I bought good players, but Sorare, I just don't think have managed that side of the game very well over the last 2 years. Well, over the last 4 or 5 years, if you want to be brutally honest about it. But certainly over the last 2 years, the prices of cards, disgusting, really. The crash that they've had, and I think a lot of it was very avoidable as well from Sorare. So yeah. I'm not selling my limiteds really because I can't really sell them because there's too many of the players that I've got in supply. So for example, if I wanted to, I don't know, if I wanted to sell, let's say this one here, Florent, right? I bought him for £5.33, which at the time was, I thought, pretty good. He's now worth, well, on the market, 79p. So if I wanted to sell him, I've got to take a massive loss, right? Which makes no sense to do, really. Might as well, I'm better off keeping him. And then even if I did want to sell him, there's going to be already too many cards on the market. Look. Too many cards, so I'd have to come in even cheaper than 79p. And even then, it'd be a difficulty to sell him. He does sell kind of regularly enough, but I would have to take a huge loss on all the limited cards that I've currently got, which is one of the reasons I'm not buying any more limited cards, really. Because every time I've done it, you almost, when you buy a limited card, you're almost having to say to yourself, I'm buying it for the long term. Because if you buy it for the short term, then the price of that card just changes so drastically in the short term that you can't, in most cases, you can't kind of dip in and out of them without taking a bit of a loss on them. You've kind of got to be a bit patient with them. And then there'll be a few opportunities where the card will spike a little bit like that. But of course, if you bought them like here, this would probably be a good time to be selling Hadashinai if you bought him around here. So if you bought him like last month for 33p, and he's now selling for £1.70 in his new cards, actually. In his old cards, he's selling for 80p, so you could sell him for close to 3 times, right? Or 2.5 times what you bought him for. That would be good profit to lock in. But unless you bought him when he was around here, like kind of forget about it. Forget about selling him unless he does that. He goes through like a couple of games where he's hitting like 80, 100, and his price really spikes up, and then you can sell him. So that's the problem with limiteds, is that they've all been driven to the ground so much that if you bought them early, thinking that that was a good idea, then actually you're locked in to them unless you're prepared to sell them for big losses. I mean, some people will buy limiteds and they won't care about the prices at all, which I think is great as well. If you really don't care about the prices of the cards, that you bought a player for £10 and that they're now worth £1 or something, you just enjoy that player, and the financial side of it doesn't really interest you as much as the enjoyment you get out of the cards, right, or the players. But as somebody that I can't switch off the financial side of Sorare. So whenever I'm looking at players, right, to buy or even to sell, I just look at my limited collection here. My limited collection is very up and down, but it's mainly down. So you can see that we've got Stuvar, who's £15.60. But technically he's not, because the price we paid for him is $7.95, and the old cards, to be fair, well, the old cards have been going for that. So this would probably be a really good time for me to sell Stuvar, to lock in some profit now. but I'm kind of using Stuva and I'm happy to have him for the long term. So I know that if I don't sell him now, then what will happen is that he'll eventually keep dropping in price, right? And then eventually he's going to be around what I paid for him, but actually he's going to get lower than that. And then that's okay, because then I'll know that I had an opportunity to sell him. I decided not to, because he's much more of like a longer term investment for me. There are some cards that I've got that I would like to shift on, because I just maybe don't feel like I want to hold them long term anymore. They're not really players that I want to be playing for years and years and years, right? Like Biaki is, so I would keep him, even if Biaki is dropping in price, right? Which he is, to be fair. He's roughly around what I paid for him. He could drop to like 60p and I would still keep him, because I think he's a great player for now and also for years to come. Whereas somebody like what's a good example? I'm struggling for examples now. Yeah, I mean, what's another good example? Yeah, maybe this guy. I mean, this guy's not covered anymore. So I bought him. I like him as a player. He's no longer covered. To be fair, I could actually sell him, because I bought him so cheap. I could sell this guy for basically 50p, right? What I paid for him. So I wouldn't really make a loss on him, but I'd prefer to keep him. But there's a handful of players that, like this one here, this is a good example. So Philip Heiser, I have as the rare card and the limited card. I bought his limited for £19, right? Which sounds like a lot, but at the time it was actually kind of cheap. Look, it's cheapish compared to what he was before. This is when I bought him. Yeah. So this is the card. So prior to that purchase, he had been going for kind of a lot more. I thought I bought him cheap at the time. This was back in 2022. And then all that happened is his price just continued to drop. And so now, if I want to sell this player, which technically I would like to, I have to basically incur a massive loss, because he is selling for 26p. So I might as well just keep hold of him. But this is probably the type of player that I don't want to have long-term in limited anymore. You know, I've already got him in rare as well, which is the main thing for me. If you buy a player for £10 and he earns you 3 thresholds, but then drops to £2, it's still a good purchase in my opinion. That's true. That is true. Yeah. That's why it's difficult sometimes to just look at players in isolation around their value, because you kind of need to look at their value on the market, but also the value that they've given you in SO5 and the return they've given you in SO5. So it might be, for example, that you spent £20 on a limited player, his price is now 20p, like Heiser, but has Heiser delivered, like his cost back in threshold earnings or card rewards, right? And of course, you can kind of check that when you go on the cards, and you can kind of then see like the SO5 rewards you got from them. You can kind of see here, look, he's basically not delivered us any yield. He's only delivered us a card that was worth 172, which was Felix Lakempa, that's now worth 29p. So in this case here, it hurts even more, because not only have we lost the actual value of the card on the market, but we've also not been able to claw back hardly any of that cost in SO5. So we're kind of locked into him now. I absolutely need to develop a strategy in Sorare. I deposit money, buy players, play a bit, then I change things and unnecessarily lose money. Been doing this all the time. It's just stupid. I need to develop a strategy where I have 2 to 3 teams on the weekend and possibly a midweek team. I need to make something worth doing, grinding for rewards and having fun watching football at the weekend. Yeah, sound plan, man. To be honest with you, I think everybody here could probably say that they've had that similar feeling and experience, right? Where you've bought players in Sorare that you've then shifted on, but you've shifted on after making a loss on them, where their value has decreased, right? I'd be very surprised if there was not a single person in here that hasn't made losses on players. And that's half the fun in a way, where, you know, like when you're playing Sorare, you think that, okay, you spot a player and you think this player is really good and they might be good at the time, but then your mentality, your strategy changes. And so you need to mix up your players. And that means, unfortunately, taking losses because the game hasn't been able to maintain values of player cards enough. So the player that you bought 6 months ago is 9 times out of 10 going to be a lot cheaper than what they were 6 months ago. And that's been kind of like a consistent theme in Sorare for years now. And it just makes it very painful to swallow when you realize that you want to mix up your teams, you want to rebuild, but the rebuild is going to cost you money anyway to do. But then you're also going to have an additional cost because you're going to be losing money on the players that you want to shift out, because you can't even get the money back on what they cost you as a face value, unless you got money back from them from the rewards they got you in SO5. Then you know it's okay. You've kind of recouped it, right, in a different way. But yeah, a lot of people go through it, and it's almost like a process that everyone probably needs to go through to then start to find that strategy that really works for them long term. And I've kind of found it now for me, and we're seeing the benefits of it because our rare rewards now are starting to show the fruits of our labor. Where during the summer I spent a lot of time rebuilding rare, because historically I've not really won many rare cards, right? Because I never really competed hard enough in it. Limited was kind of like our main area, and I just didn't want to be competing in it anymore. So we rebuilt, we made a few losses on players, then we rebuilt into rare. And now what we're doing is we're seeing that that strategy is working and we're winning more rares, which is what our focus should be. Yeah, it's a loss if it's, is it a loss if it's unrealized? No, it's not. Which is why I'm stuck with, where is he? Where's he gone? Which is why I am stuck with, where's he gone? I always show you guys this this player. Oh my God, where is he? Where is he? I still have him. I'm sure I do. There we go. Aldricus, yeah. I couldn't find him. Yeah. So this is, I always try to show people this and have a little bit of a laugh on it, that I bought this player, Aldricus, for £261 back in 2022, and his floor is £11. So I'm kind of locked into this player for life now, because if I did sell him, I'm then realizing a loss, right? As long as I don't sell him, I'm not making a loss on him, right? I have, but as long as I don't realize that loss, then I haven't made the loss. So I'm locked in forever. My biggest fault was to put lots of money in limited. Last few weeks, I've spent around another €1,000 in rares, but have yet to win my first reward with them. Maybe I need your advice. Stay patient, though. I think we're, honestly, myself included, I think that we, as managers on the game, we are all very quick and very impatient to want to get a return on Sorare. And sometimes you just need to be a little bit patient. So your investment of the €1,000 might actually be very good, but you maybe just need to wait for it to start to show itself, right? If after like 3 months or something, or 2 months, however long it is for you, you look back and you think, I haven't really won anything, then that'll probably be a time to change it. But yeah, I hear some managers say that they haven't won anything in like a week or 2 weeks, right? And sometimes that just happens. But if you've been doing some good scouting and you've got a good thought process and a good strategy behind your teams, then sometimes just keep the faith and just wait to see how it all pans out. Thank you also to Deep House Vibes for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Are you doing okay in this game week free tip scout? Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, not bad. We hit the $8 threshold in Cap 240 Limited, and we're also winning a tier 2 for the time being with 81% of the leaderboard to go. So we're going to drop down into the tier 3. We might be able to hold on to the tier 3. I'd like to hope we can hold on to the tier 3. If not, then we'll get a high-end tier 4. But getting a tier 3 would be lovely here. And then in All-Star, we, at the moment of winning a card, this is not a very high score, but this actually might be a score that's good enough to scrape some kind of a card reward, because when we were entering for All-Star, we saw that there were 2,500 rewards, right? But there was like hardly anyone that entered All-Star. And so we had a great opportunity to win something, because the points that you're going to need to just get in the rewards are going to be so low this week. So we might actually be able to get something from this. We need to avoid a drop of 56 points here with 82% of the leaderboard complete. So tonight, when all the games have happened, or most of the games have happened, if it gets to around 95, 96%, and we've kind of got a 10-point cushion, then we should be fine. We will then end up getting probably a tier 5. The projection here is that we're going to finish 2033rd, which obviously means that we're going to get a tier 5, right? But honestly, I will take a tier 5, given that we captained a player that got a negative decisive and the whole team didn't really do that good. So yeah, at the moment, pretty okay. We can't really win anything else anywhere else, actually, though. That's the thing. So our game week is pretty done now. The Premier League in season is done. Obviously, we lost against Arsenal, Luton, so wasn't expecting anything there. We talked about that. We're going to get some rewards from that. This is throwaway. This we just talked about. All-Stars finished now. That's dead in the water. Cap 240, we obviously are not going to hit threshold here. We haven't, so that's done. Cap 220 is dead in the water now. And then Cap 220 Limited is dead in the water too. So, not bad. Better than I expected, anyway. I'm 11th with 1 to play at the moment in one team, and then got a decent second team. Congrats to Neil. I would take a look, but honestly, I'm getting sidetracked here because we need to get our lineups built. If we don't get our lineups built today, we're in trouble, because tomorrow we're going to have Pooky on the channel. And so, you know what it's like on deadline day. It's a bit of a panic to get everything done. If we can't build our lineups properly and sort them out today, we won't have a chance to do it before the deadline tomorrow, because we can't bring on Pooky on the stream and then spend the first 3 hours not doing Pooky, right? Just saying, can you just wait 3 hours, Pooky? I could bring them in afterwards, right? A little bit later, but I don't want to do that. I want to bring them in early doors. And I want to just get our lineup building done today. So I think we are saying this. The one thing that I am kind of umming and ahhing about is I won't captain Bolly, I won't captain Garterman, I won't captain the goalkeeper. I might captain Morales. I might captain Morales because it is Morales, right? And he has a lot more higher scoring and more frequency of higher scoring in him than Kadri does. The thing with Kadri, he has a good opponent, a good pick score, a good opponent score. There's not a good odds for 3-goal score, which I don't like. And home away adjusted, that could be a bit of an issue. Because look, this is the thing with Kadri. He's very good, but he's playing for a really crap team, and you never know when he's going to do this, right? He's kind of not really the type of player that you can rely on for consistent scoring. You can kind of see it here. And if we look at the last year, when he's played away from home, he's only delivered in 13 games 2 scores of 60 points or more. That's not great. We probably need to put the captaincy on Morales, don't we? I mean, look, the last time he played Eupen away, he got a score of 89, right? Score of 89, a decisive. Just doesn't do it as often as I want. Did you see Diaz's AA last night? Wasn't it over 50? I didn't see it, no, but it wouldn't surprise me. The triple-double is where you need to have 3 interceptions, 3 tackles won, and then 3 net duels won. And so you need to have 3 of those and 3. So it's 3 and 3. We'll have a look at Diaz now that you're mentioning it. So if we look at Diaz here, yeah, he got, okay, so we got a triple-double. Sorry, I mentioned the triple-triple. That's the triple-double is where you need to have 3 times of the 2, which sounds weird, right? So you basically need to have either like 2, you need to have a minimum of 2 tackles won, 2 interceptions won, and 2 net duels won. You need to have that 3 times. So you can see he done 4 tackles, so he's hit the 2 there. And then he had 2 interceptions, and then he made a net duel of +6, right? So, yeah, if he didn't get the 2 interceptions there, if he'd have got 1 interception, then he would have got a double-double. Very good score from him, though. Yeah, maybe we don't captain Kadri. I mean, it is a good opponent. Let's have a look at Eupen, actually. I think Eupen I thought Eupen had been improving. Not really. It's dodgy because if we're picking no, I don't think we're going to do it. I don't think we're going to do it. The reason I don't think we're going to do it is because maybe Gymnasia have a good chance to get a clean sheet. Who are they playing? Oh, they're playing Tucumán. Okay, look, Tucumán are bottom right now. So Tucumán are bottom. They've only scored 5 goals. They've played 12 games this season. They've only scored 5. They've not won at all. They're the only team in the division, in the Argentinian league, that has not won a game. They've been dreadful. They've been dreadful. They've only scored 3 goals at home. So this looks like an under 2.5 game, and potentially Gymnasia might be able to either get a 0-0 or a 1-0 win. What are the odds for this game? Do we have a little look at them? They're massively priced out of it. We need to look at the odds here carefully. because I would expect this game to not have many goals at all, have under 2.5. Look, draws at 3.2, so there's a good chance this is going to be a draw. And then look, both teams to score no, 1.67, then under 2.5, 1.53, which means that they're actually thinking this is going to be probably a 0-0 or a 1-1. 0-0, 1-1, and then the 1-0 for Tuchman, which it could be with the home advantage is 5, but this is actually quite a good indicator that they're thinking it's going to be this one here. We look at footy stats here. And again, as a kind of a good rule of thumb, if you think that your defender has a good chance for a clean sheet, then you should probably think about captaining them, because then you're going to be captaining somebody that's going to get 10 points already on their AA. God, they have quite a high XG though. 1.94. That's worrying. So they are actually creating a lot of chances, but they're just being really poor at converting them. Okay. And the XGA for Gymnasia is not that inspiring. If you look at the last few away games for Gymnasia, they've had a bad time of it, but they've been up against some really good teams. Look, Vélez Sarsfield, then Rosario, Argentinos Juniors, River Plate. They'd be expected to lose by a couple there, and they have. I think we need to look realistically at Morales here as the captain. Hello to Beast as well. Your pick my lineup for the MLS made me 42 euros. Wow. Amazing. I'm so happy to hear. So if you guys don't know, we do this little reward feature on the channel where you can redeem a coupon and I pick your lineup for you using the players you've got in your gallery. I kind of put it together on the stream and I say, these are the players that I would pick for that competition with your players, right? And I've done that for Beast last week for the game week weekend, or the weekend game week, and he finished 60th and he won 42 euros. How much was your team worth, Beast? How much did your team cost you that's winning the 42 euros, man? And congratulations to you. I'm very happy to hear that it done well. It's a good advert for the channel. Where is our guy? Morales with a 29% chance for a clean sheet, which I think should be higher. A lot higher, given that Tuchman have not been scoring that good at all. Okay. So that's done for the time being. Probably the only change that I would make is whether I put the captaincy back on Kadri. But I think Morales is fine. Beast, how much was your team worth, man? How much was your team worth that won the 42 euros? Oh, wow. You would have won 60 if you'd have entered it into Capsule 40. What tier are you going to win in All-Star? You get cash though, no? Because isn't it the top 100 in All-Star that get some cash as well? So you get cash in a card. Or not. Oh, this is for the midweek. Top 3, wow. Yeah, they redistributed it, didn't they? In the new format. I forgot about that. Because they used to pay a bit of cash in here down to these positions too. With Carlos Beltran later. Interesting. Probably not the type of player that you would want to have playing at the end, because he's not really a heavy high scorer. But he can hit high scores from time to time, but very inconsistent. Right. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. So cap 240, I think, is looking okay. Cap 220. I think I do like this team, and I don't mind having the captaincy on. I want to enter this team in to see what this team is going to score. Where's he gone? Gartenman. Like that. Okay. Save that team. And then if we do cap 220... Marcelo Benitez in there. Midfielder-wise, we're going to go with Hoyos. There. They've got a very good game at home. And then Carlos Garces here, who's also got a very good game at home. This should score quite high, I think. Maybe even getting close to 80. Well, maybe not, because we have a D and a C rating, so probably not. I think actually this is a stronger team than what it appears to be on soraredata. What's the last one that we need to do? Kind of forgot. Oh, how could I forget Musa? Forgot the Moose. Where's he gone? Let's type him in. There we go. Yeah, and then captain-wise here, so only 67. Musa's fixture's not that great, but we have to play Musa. Like, it's Musa at the end of the day. This is a good team. I don't think we need to change that at all. I would love to know, though, what the tool would do instead of that team, because I genuinely think that that team is quite strong for Cap 220 and should do well. But what would the tool do instead? Oh, it's taking a while. Okay, so look, the tool would do Dominguez in goal. Benitez would be in there as well, who we've got. Then Molon, Estrada, which I kind of get because Estrada at home is a beast, right? Is very good. If we had the Estrada rare, then I would probably play Estrada as the extra, so we could go Estrada, Benitez, and then Carlos Garces. But we can't play Dominguez in here because we need Dominguez for another rare team. And I get why it's playing Zampedri as well. Yeah, I think they probably do, yeah. I think they probably do rotate a little bit, yeah. Okay. So this is actually fine. Right, so Cap 240, Cap 220 is done rare. I don't have a Cap 220 or a Cap 240 limited team. We don't play Cap 270. We might play 270. We don't tend to. At the moment, for Cap 220, there's 2,672 entries in there. And there's 560 rewards, which is good for us, right? And then in 240, there's 5,377. Again, we don't really care actually about the rewards here. We're more interested in just hitting the threshold. But yeah, so this is already kind of quite populated. It's going to be a little bit tricky to win anything other than threshold in here. But we should be able to hit the 270. This still looks so ugly, this here. I don't know why they designed it like this. Like, what is the point in putting all this here on the left-hand side and just having this this empty space that's not being used? Just looks bizarre. Don't know why they would do it like that. Cap 220, 5477, 1,228, and we're quite good in the cap mode, 220. The problem here is that, well, is it a problem? It kind of is a problem here. We would need to play Patrick Zubczuk in here, which means that this team's probably not going to do that great, because I'm expecting Cinciano to score a couple of goals past UTC. But he's perfect because he has an L15 of 37. You have your best matchups for out of the 3 MLS specials this week, as long as Miami don't rest Albert and Suarez. And yeah, Zamp has been pretty underwhelming so far. The whole team have been underwhelming. They've not been good at all as a team. Okay. Hold on a minute. We can't do Cap 220. No, we can't do limited Cap 220. We don't have enough goalkeepers to do it. We don't have a... Yeah. We need to use Zubczuk in 240. So we have a threshold team. Okay, so Zubczuk. We probably need to play Biaki in here. Up front. Areola. Yeah. So then Biaki, then Adis Jasic goes in as well. Then we have 100. Aaron Herrera is 67. That's too high. Oh, Marvin Martins we could do for 46 at home against, yeah, that's a good one. We could do Marvin Martins there, and then we've got 54. Which, to be honest, means that we could play the POV here for 53, because again, we're just trying to hit, well, is that going to work though? POV's good if you want to target 270. He's not that good if you want to hit 340. Maric at home against Gorica. Fontas, if Fontas is going to be available, but we might need to use him in the community team. And then look, we've got Morales again. So we could double up on Morales here. So if Morales hit another... To be honest, we need to play Morales, really. We need to play a player that has the potential of doing that. And then we could captain Marvin Martins here. Do we have... I have put together a kind of a... like a bit of a quick... Oh, I haven't. Where are they? So this is where having a page where you can see all your lineups would be useful. I have to go through here to find what I've got. No contender and then challenger. We haven't played Biaki's rare yet. Why? Okay. Confirm. 340. What's your plan for the Tigres game this week? Not sure where to use Idrissi, who's playing them. Yeah, I just... I've got my Tigres team in All-Star. I've got them in All-Star. I don't actually think that this is going to be the team because they'll probably rotate. But I just put the team in there just so it's like a placeholder. And I need to figure that out on today's stream, I think. Because Gignac, I mean, if we look at the hold on a minute. Because the Orlando game is happening, also the Columbus game is happening. Yeah, look. So they drew that 1-1 in the first leg, and now they're going to need all their best players to try and win that one. So probably what's going to happen here is that it's going to be a rotated team where probably like Ibanez is going to play, Gorian will play, maybe Jesus Garza will play. Basically, this team won't probably play. Like, not the whole team. So maybe like Quinones gets a game, Herrera probably gets a start. Gignac will probably be rested. So Ibanez could get a start. Yeah, I did see that. Because he was apparently injured, but then there was circulating on social media, there were pictures of him that didn't look like he was injured. It just looked like he was just basically, what's the word I'm looking for here? He was bunking off, really. Yeah. I mean, if they want to actually try and get through this, they probably need to have Cucho playing. So I don't know what's happened there, but if this tie is really important to them, they're going to need Cucho. They can't play Jussel Rowe in the second leg. If he doesn't play, then they're not going to be able to get through. And I think anyway, they're probably not going to be able to get through with Tigres playing at home. So their only chance really is to... Oh, look, and Morris got a red card as well. Shit. So Morris got a red card, so he can't play in the next leg. And if they don't play Cucho, they might as well not turn up. You know? Now that they don't have Morris, they definitely need to play him. Okay. No, the red card doesn't carry over into MLS games, no. It's just in the CONCACAF. What was we doing? We need to do a Cap 240 limited team, don't we? We done one. Good. Which means that we can't do a Cap 220 team now, right? Unless we decided to take out... Well, we could do one. We could just put Miguel Vargas in as the throwaway, the DNP player. But why don't we do that? But I think if I'm going to do that, I actually need to work out my other teams first, don't I? So let's go and do All-Star now. Right, All-Star Rare. I could play this team in Contender. I don't actually know whether this is the team that I want to do. It probably is because we don't have many more goalkeepers now. Yeah, okay. So I could play this team in Contender or I could play it in All-Star. I probably want to play in All-Star. As we know, the problem with the new format with the promotion relegation is that you don't know how many people you're going to be competing against. There's 630 card rewards in here. At the moment, there's 1,847. What the fuck? This is low even by this time. I mean, this is great because if it continues to be so underpopulated in All-Star, then I will just continue to play some of my best teams in All-Star to sweep up these card rewards here. If we compare that, right? We compare the prize pool there and the number of entries. We compare it to Contender, which is where we could play this team. We can't play this team in Challenger. We can only play it in Contender. So if we'd done it in, I don't know, we could do it in Classic, right? So Division 2 if we wanted to. Hold on a minute. What's going on? Here we go. And then we done Dominguez. We could do all of them, couldn't we? Yeah. We could even do the Salahi boys as well. But let's just try and do the team that... And there's Biaki as well. Okay. Interesting. So we'd probably end up playing Biaki actually, but let's just do like for like here. So we actually could put out a very good team in Contender, I think. But the issue here is that there's 112. There's 112 rare cards in there. There's 880. So why would I go into this now? Like, of course you can win the boxes too, but that's not really what you want to win, is it? That's mental. Like, absolutely mental. The new format is good, but the new format, because probably because it's a new thing, everyone's jumping into the new format, which is making it so that you have less chance of winning a card in the new format, right? Whereas if you just stay in the legacy competitions, look, 600, so there needs to be basically 6,300 people in here by the time the game week starts for you to have a basic chance of 10% to win a card. At the moment here, there's you nearly have a 10% chance already because there's 112, so there needs to be 1,112 or 1,120, sorry. And then you've got the 10%. So it's not, and that's just on what we can see. That number will change when there's a promotion relegation. So it could be even more than that. Okay. Let's take a breather. I'll be back in 5. All right. So we are figuring out what is going to be our all-star team in rare and limited this weekend. And I've just put any old team in here, but I need to really figure it out now. So we've only got 2 other starting goalkeepers that we're not using. We're using Kofi in 240. It's a case of, do we play Eli Room in here or do we play Dominguez? And to be honest with you, I think Dominguez is the clear pick here. Eli Room I like him. I think he's a good goalkeeper, but I don't trust him for All-Star. So let's line up build. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Interesting. Okay. So if we captain him there, okay, and then we come back and we take the captaincy off him here, and then we captain Marvin Martins, for example. Why does it not, it doesn't refresh, does it? When you enter a lineup, it doesn't refresh. It's weird. You've got to refresh it. What do we reckon, guys? Any good? This team, I think it's pretty strong. I don't really like that Quito are away here. San Pedri's not quite done anything so far this season, but they have a good opponent now and a good chance where he could score well. And then Biaki is Biaki. This is definitely the type of team that I would be comfortable playing in All-Star. We've got the potential for a big score. Let's throw that team in to see how it's rated. What's happening here? Okay, game week 465. What? Okay. Here we go. Yeah, then Quintero. Then POV. Why is it they have a 53% chance to win? Okay, interesting. And then we'd be looking at Biaki here because we're already using Carlos Garces in 220. Combined with Benitez in 220. Oh, hold on. Hold on a minute. This could be a case of where do we play those two then? Because that would give us 45 here for the defender. I don't actually think that's going to give us a good defender option though. No. No. Okay. Not bad. What's everyone up to in the chat? Chat's really quiet. So what's everyone up to right now? What are you targeting, Calvert, for this weekend? Like, do you tend to target the new formats at all? Or are you still pretty much just focusing your best teams in the legacy ones? Just dreaming of a Bruno 100 tonight. You never know, it could happen, you know, with him. Mark Gork, where's your focus this weekend as well? In the competitions in Sorare? Contemplating selling my in-season Bologna team, as the lineups have been a nightmare to predict. You probably don't want to sell it now, though, do you? I mean, if you can get your money back, it might be worth doing it, but they also could be quite a useful team for Classic next season, no? Trying to stay up in Division 1 champion. I'd love to be in Division 1 champion. The only Division 1 that I'm in at the moment is Challenger. And we have a team for it, actually, that I need to kind of figure out a bit more today, but that's the only Div 1 team, Div 1 that I'm in. Let's fix this one. All-Star Limited, because if we're honest about it, they are surely... They have no option. They need to play Felipe Rodriguez, right? But Tigres surely are not going to play Nicolas Ibanez. Well, sorry, Gignac. They're surely not going to play him and risk that he gets injured for the crucial game against Columbus, right? He was completely out of the squad, which I don't know why. Why was he completely out of the squad? Oh my God, that's not very useful, is it? Okay, hold on. Ibanez is suffering from muscle discomfort in his right calf, which is why he was ruled out of the game against Columbus. Okay. The medical report did not reveal when the forward could return, but hopes it is not a serious injury. Right. Okay. So maybe we need to rethink Ibanez then. Could play Herrera, because Herrera got rested, right? So we need to look at who got rested. So Herrera got rested. Quinones got rested. Who else got rested and didn't come in? Yeah, so Jesus Garza got rested. Reyes got rested. I'd expect them to come in for the next game so that then for the crucial game against Columbus, the crucial second leg, they can then bring in basically their first team, Nice and fresh, right? Okay. So here's what I'm thinking now. That we would do Herrera. Defensively, we could do Jesus Garza or Reyes, but I think I'd want to do Garza. Um, do, 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 do. Oh, can we not do Garza as a defender? He has a defender card, no? Oh, he has a midfielder card. Okay. And then we could do Reyes because Samir tends to play. Yeah. I mean, Angelo plays a lot, but we're expecting Garza to play in the left back slot where Angelo plays. So we could do Diego Reyes here, like that. Garza hasn't played in a long time. Did you see the Zimbali guy? Who's the Zimbali guy? I don't know who that is. Played Foden, Rodri, and City Stack in Division 3. 467 points was something crazy. Yeah. The fact that you can kind of choose what division you want to go in, well, to an extent, is a bit mental. But we also kind of know that this is going to happen, right? Because to be fair, what could have also happened is that you could get placed in a division and then you could just go out after your placement and then just go and buy the players that are far overpowered for that division, right? So he might have got, for example, placed in Division 3 with the gallery that he had, and then he could have gone out and bought the Man City stack, which would have then been stupidly overpowered for Division 3. Whereas if he'd have bought it before, he then would have probably been placed in Division 1. So maybe he was just trying to be smart there. A little bit worried that Garza, I don't think we need to necessarily risk it with Garza when we could just play, for example, Gorian. I think we do that. Carioca was not available for that game. Are they going to play him in the next game, though? When they've got such an important game the game after? Like if the manager's really smart about it, he needs to rotate everyone out that's a first team player. No? Because to be honest with you, I don't think they really care about the next game. Yes, I do. I do think it's better. Let's roll with this for now. Okay, guys, I need everyone to pay attention here. What do we want to do for our community team? So what players do we want to pick here? Leibold or Fontas? Do we want to run with 2 defenders, 2 forwards? Like, how do you want to approach it this weekend? It's a home game against Portland. Pulido, we probably need to check as well, don't we? Because Pulido missed the last game, and I think he's injured, is he not? So maybe if he's still injured, that's going to... He's a hamstring. Ouch, okay. So that probably dictates what we do here. We would need Fontas, though. We definitely can't play Pulido when he's 50-50. Yeah. If he is 50-50, like you're saying, we can't really be looking at him, can we? Is Fontas 50-50? How is Fontas 50-50 when he was in training and he was on his way to returning? Fontas is 55%. So what we could do, we could play Agada. We have Agada. So we could do Leibold. We could do Amelia, Leibold, Tommy, and then Agada and Shaloi. Because those guys here, at the front 3, we've got Leibold and then we've got Amelia. So we could just completely take out the risk of a DMP, play these 4, and then as the extra, play Agada, who's actually doing good. Look, he's come in, he scored 76, 69. So we could do something like that. I guess this is the advantage, right, of why we've got the collection, why we decided to build the community team with a collection, because we can still keep the team going and we just tap into the reserves. So what do we reckon, guys? We go with Shaloi up front, Agada as the extra forward, and then Leibold, Tommy, and Tim Melia. And then, touch wood, we should then have every single one starting and playing, because the others here are starting. They are clear starters. And then Agada is kind of starting at the moment in place of Johnny Russell. And if Pulido's going to be 50-50 and Johnny Russell's still not ready to return, then Agada should continue to start. Any preference on captain as well? Do we need to keep it on Shaloi? Do we need to change it? What does everyone think? Personally, I think we need to keep it on Shaloi. That's what I would do. It's a good home game for him. He has the highest ceiling of scoring as well. So he's probably the only one here that can consistently hit 80, 90. Yeah, I think the I think the chat's in agreement, right? Shaloi, okay. Confirm. We've been a little bit unlucky, I've got to be honest with you, with the community team. Really unlucky, because if we just show you, right? Let's bring it back here. So we've had 2 game weeks now with the community team. We had them for this game here, and they were winning 2-0 up until the 72nd minute, and then everything just went to shit, and they ended up losing 3-2, which meant that our team was on course to win some decent cash, and then in the last 20 minutes, it just fell apart, and they didn't win anything. Then we played the team in a 3-1 win, but they didn't score good enough to give us a reward, and I'll just show you now. Here we go. Here. Because we had a DMP of Pulido. Now, Pulido was projected to start, and then he got, an injury after the deadline. And so we kind of got screwed there, but even if he had played, look at how the rest of our team scored in a 3-1 victory. So we kind of need them to win, because if they win, then generally speaking, they will score well in Sorare. They won away from home, which is a rare thing to do in the MLS for a team, but then the team that we had kind of scored poor, and we had a DMP. So we've been really unlucky not to have got something so far from it. They say 3 is the magic number, don't they? And third time lucky. I'm hoping that this weekend we can finally win something in the MLS Special Weekly, because this is the last game week of the MLS Special Weekly. And then, of course, after this, we're going to keep the team going. We're going to be running them as an in-season team in Challenger. But it'd be lovely if we could win, we could win £50 or even £40, win something from the competition. Because I felt that we lineup built this really well. We thought about it well. We had good fixtures, and we've just been unlucky with how it's gone for us so far. Yeah, I can't understand it either. It's mental, isn't it, Mark? We were looking so good for, I think it was £40 or something when they were 2-0 up, and then they just completely caved in. We've got, so Neil, we bought the collection. So we have Agada. We've got Agada. We've got Fontas, so we've got enough, yeah. We've actually got, this is our team, if you don't know. This is the community team. How can we just go into it? Fucking hell. All right, let's do it here. Here we go. Yeah. So we'll still play Tim Media as the classic card. He'll be the classic card we play in the in-season. And then we'll have 4 outfielders that will all be in-season cards, like either Fontas or Agada, Shaloi, Tommy, Leibold. Yeah. See, we thought about it. When I pitched this to the community, I said, we're going to get these 2, right? Because that keeps the cost down. And then we're going to try and get a couple of extras as well, so that after the MLS Special Weekly, we can still keep this community team going in season, but we've got the flexibility to play them wherever as well. No, it's not all good with Pulido. He's 50-50. So we've taken him out, and we're going to play Agada up front with Shaloi, and then Tim Leibold in defense with Tommy in midfield, and then Tim Media in goal as per usual. And the good thing is that even though we've not won anything from the MLS Special Weekly, this would now be the time to do it, because the prize pool has been increasing game week after game week. So this is the most amount that you can win from a single game week in the MLS Special Weekly in the last game week, where the top prize is $1,800, and then the minimum prize is $8 here. So if we're going to win, this is the time to do it now. And we've got a good fixture to do it. It's not easy, but it's a good home fixture. Portland aren't that great on the road, and they've started to pick up. Well, I said they're starting to pick up. They had a good away result, Sporting. So hopefully they can bring the confidence into the next game and then get the business done against Portland. So this is the MLS Special Weekly, which is the community team for you guys, okay? For the time, well, not for the time being, this is it. We're going to run this team here, unless we hear anything different tomorrow. Okay, and I don't have any contender teams at the moment. I can't run any type of classic team because our only other goalkeeper is Eli Room, and he's in Challenger. Right, cool. So let's fix that then. Okay. So we're going to enter our rare team in Challenger in the bottom division, Division 4. I don't think I feel confident enough that we could run a team in Challenger this weekend that would get promoted. Equally, we could run it in Division 2 or Division 3 and then probably not get relegated, but I'm not super confident with the players that we've got. Let's have a little look here. So Room is our only goalkeeper that we have left now for rare. We will pair up, look, this is what we've got to work with here. We will pair him up with Carlin Zarkus there. And then look, in the midfield, we are very limited here. We'll probably have to play Greilac. Could also play Pedro Santos, but I mean, to be fair, we probably need to play Santos and Demir Greilac. And then up front, we have Edvardson or Laurent. So I think we need to do this type of team. We have Falida, who done good, but I don't think I trust that Falida's going to start again, even though he done very good. There's no lineup projection for him at the moment. If Falida's expected to start, we might play Falida, but I think we have to probably go with Greilac here. And it's then a case of either Santos or could do Bocat. We could do Molon. I think we'd do Santos here. Something like that. Hello to FPL Thinker. Arteta Roulette destroyed my teams in UC. Yeah, it killed a lot of teams, didn't it? Quite a disappointing win for Arsenal. I mean, a win is a win, but I honestly thought that they would win more than 2-0 against Luton. What's happened to the rest of our teams that have just cancelled now? Okay. So I'm in Division 1. We're in Division 1. We got promoted last weekend into Division 1 in the Challenger Classic season. And what I'm thinking is that we try and go for it in Division 1 this weekend. We have Brad Stuver in goal that we can pair up with Julio Cascante. So we have a bit of a stack there. And then we've got Sanchez and Hollingshead in the Los Angeles derby. And then up front, we could put Veroni in at home against Charlotte. Or we could do Areola. I think I probably prefer the home game for Veroni, but he's also not been that good, really, at the moment. So maybe we would do that. What do you mean? What's happened to Lucero? I know he didn't play. He didn't play one game. I don't know whether that means that he's not going to be playing all the games, but might be a tactical decision. We have to wait and see, I think. Seems weird not to play Herrera. It doesn't really fit into this team. Could be a tactical one. Maybe they didn't want to play him to risk him getting injured for the first game. Because if we look at them now, Fortaleza. Okay. They probably felt that they could win that game without playing Lucero, right? I mean, if you look at the team that they put out, they played Pochettino, they played Gallardo, who is not really considered to be the main forward for them anymore. They played Machuca, who's definitely not. They didn't play Tinga. Is Tinga injured? Tinga might be injured, actually. They played a bit of a B team, really. And they still won. So, and their opening game, well, their game here is against Serra. What is this competition? Oh, this is the final. Okay, so they probably saved him for the final. Yeah, that's what I would guess anyway. They played the first leg, they have the second leg, and it's away. They probably saved him for the final. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's telling us to play Herrera here. So it's very similar to what I've just built. Herrera, it seems wrong to not play Herrera, doesn't it? He's in such good form right now for DC United. Like, this is what he is averaging for DC United at the moment. 75.3 over the 5 games that he's played. An AA of 30.7. And got to be honest as well and say that Columbus Crew, with some of the injuries they've got, and also with the game that's coming up, they'll probably play a slightly weakened team because they need to save their best players for the Tigres game next midweek. So he could actually profit even better. But when we play him, it means that we can't really play Cascante, or we just take Hollingshead out. And then we play Cascante and Aaron Herrera. I mean, maybe that's the play, isn't it? That we do that. So we keep the stack in place defensively, and then we throw Herrera in as the extra. What do you guys reckon? What would you do here? Would you play Herrera instead of Cascante so that you've then got like a Herrera and then a Hollingshead and Sanchez stack? Or would you do it the other way round? I think that's what I'm trying to work out. Do I want to have the Austin stack or the LAFC stack? The LAFC stack is a good one, but it's a difficult game, right? Seems a shame to not have Hollingshead in here. Hello to Sorare Lex, man. How's it going? Yeah, I'm also kind of like that. I don't really like that it's away from home for Herrera. But to be honest as well, he has kind of shown so far that if we look at Herrera so far for DC United, he got 100 in this away game. He got 69 in this away game. He's actually been doing okay so far away. I think if we do put Herrera in, then we would put him as the captain. Obviously, right? Huge score at the moment. I feel like Giacomo Veroni should be doing better with the best playmaker in the league behind him. Why is he not tucking in the goals enough? That's really bad. That was against a difficult opponent. Here, didn't have a shot on goal. And you know that Carlos Gil is providing enough chances for him to have that. I really like this guy, but you can also see the kind of the issue with him is that he's one of those players that has no AA. So if he doesn't score a decisive, he's going to score trash like this, right? And he's not as prolific as you need someone to be when they have no AA. Like if he was doing this all the time, then it's okay for him to not have an AA. He's not. He pops up with like one goal and then doesn't kind of do anything for a while. To be fair to him, he's not been starting regularly, you know? It's only really been this season where he's started to get, well, the back end of last season and the start of this season where he started to get a bit more of a run in the team. But even when he does score good, he doesn't really tend to score more than like 60. Which is why I'm thinking that we would target Areola. Because even though Areola has a horrible away game, he's playing with good players around him and he has good AA. So the moment if you add a decisive onto this, he's going to give you a score of 70, 80. And they've really not been in a good moment. This is their start to the season so far. They won the first game and then they've lost the last 4. But their games have lots of goals in them as well. I think we go with Areola. Where is Beat the Base this week? It's in the French league, yeah. 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 I agree. Let's stick with Areola for now. And let's enter that team in now. See what I mean? Like you save the team and it doesn't kind of refresh it on the page. I think that's really, it's a small thing, but that should really refresh on the page. It shouldn't require me to refresh the page here or refresh the browser. Hopefully Sorare can change that. Just adds to the quality of life and the polish to the game, really. Okay. So, okay-ish types of teams in here. This is a Division 1 team, so the prize pool is 100 and... Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. The prize pool is 155 cards, right? And you can get a box if you finish in the top 740. But again, I don't think anybody should be thinking, right, all I need to do is finish in the top 740 to get a box. You don't want to be targeting the boxes. You want to be targeting the cards still. And then if you get some boxes, great. But this is kind of like a fallback. I definitely don't want to be winning 2 boxes with this team. This is too good a team to only win 2 boxes, right? This needs to win something better than 2 boxes. Because if you win the 2 boxes, sure, you could get a card. But you could also just get 2 level ups. And that is not good ROI on a team like this here. So we would need to finish in the top 155 places to get something. And that would be a tier 3. There's already 1,140 in here. And by the time the game week kicks off in 22 hours time, this is probably going to be minimum 1,500, if not more. Why am I entering a team in here? When I could just enter this team into... Could I enter this team into 240 with the cap? I don't know whether they'd come under the cap or not. If they do, I'd probably enter them in there. Oh, no, we've already done that for cap 240. Sorry. So we wouldn't be able to do it for 220. We might be able to do it for 270. Hold on a minute. Oh, this is so freaking annoying. So 270 has 4,496 in there. But you need to finish in the top 1,292. So it's really good at the moment. 220 has 5,496, and you need to finish again 1,228. So my only incentive at the moment to go into the classic challenger would be to potentially get some boxes as well. Like, of course we could get cash too, but you only get them if you finish in the podium. What's going on? I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing that I'm looking at the prize pool for Challenger, and this should be the competition that's making me think I need to go into this here. I'm in Division 1, I need to go into it. And when I'm looking at the prize pool, I'm seeing that it actually doesn't feel like it's a good decision to go in this here. It would be a much better decision to go into Cap 270, where I could win some rares up to position 40. And even if I don't, I have to just finish in the top 793 to win a tier 3, Whereas in here, I have to finish in the top 155, and there's already 1,140 in here. And there's in 270, there's 5,496. So, no, sorry, there's 4,496. I think it's kind of obvious where we need to go, no? It's like we don't go in here. We could go in here, but all we could end up winning is boxes. And we've also got the threat of getting relegated. If we finish in the bottom 50%, we're down. This doesn't seem right to me. I mean, I guess when August comes around and the cap modes get scaled back, then the rewards could be thrown in here, right, to improve it. But at the moment, there seems like there's too much risk versus the reward. And I can just go in here in 270 or 220. Can we even do a 220 with this team? Probably not. I mean, if we can, I really don't think we can. I think we've got, too many, Herrera, then Illy Sanchez, right? He's a 50, no way. And then we still haven't even put, where's he gone? Yeah, Areola for 48. So we couldn't do it even if we wanted to do it, but for 270, we could do it. And to be honest with you, I think we should do it. So it's so bizarre. We got promoted and now I've been promoted. It doesn't seem like it's worth it playing in the higher division. No, I don't think that's a good thing, frankly. I mean, what do you guys think? Yeah, I hope so. I think once the transition period's over, you'd like to think that the rewards that are in the caps are going to get moved over, right? To the new format. And then it will feel like, okay, I've got promoted and now I definitely should be playing in it. But when you kind of compare the legacy rewards with the new format, as we just done, I'm like, it's way better for me to go into Cap 270 to have a better chance of winning something than it is to go into the Division 1 that we just got promoted into of Challenger Classic, where we have to get top 155, and if we don't, we get a box, and it's like, and then there's that threat of getting relegated, which is quite high in Division 1 because the top 50% stay up, the bottom 50% get relegated. They actually need to change that as well. Oh, they have, right. Top 50% stay, and then the bottom 50% get, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't think it makes any sense for us to go. And we can fit them in, look. We can fit this team under 270. So I think we've just spotted a golden opportunity there, where we don't have to risk our Division 1 status. We've got Division 1, and we're playing in a competition that gives us a much better chance of winning something from the game week that's worth more than level ups. Because I'm telling you now that if I entered this team into Challenger and this team won 2 level ups, I would be pissed. I'd be seriously pissed because that is not a team that should be winning 2 level ups or a level up. So imagine if you put this team in, you finished 156th. It's pretty good. but you're going to get 2 reward boxes and probably 2 level ups. Whereas in here, we still have the chance for rares, which is actually quite useful for our gallery. And we have them up into top 40. And then we just have to finish in the top 800, basically, to get the tier 3 that we would win even if we finished 155th. And then if we don't get that, we should, hopefully with this type of team, be able to finish in the tier 4, tier 5 minimum. Depends on how they do, but you'd like to think that this team could get something, right? Okay. So, no team at all in contender. Did we need to put a team in for Cap 220? So look at where all my teams are landing. Like, we have this new format and we're basically avoiding it. Because it's not really in our interest to go into it. That can't be right. I mean, is there even an argument here to say, should we even be adding this team into, like, let's look at that. Because, like, winning the boxes is kind of cool, right? I done very well from the reward box, but we need to weigh up the amount of rewards versus the number of entries, and then we need to compare that to other competitions. And if we just simply have better chances to win cards in other competitions, then we need to be looking at that rather than just saying we're going to go into the new format because it's the new format. Because that's what it feels like for me at the moment. I entered this team into the new format because I feel like that's what I should be doing. Whereas actually, there's 54 cards in here. There's 264 entries, so it's pretty good at the moment. What is it in 270 rare, for example? The only other rare in cap that we haven't entered yet. 1,220 and 326 rewards. Shit. So at the moment, this is looking a lot more appealing. And I don't really tend to play 270, but why does the number of entrants not change when you change divisions? Well, the number of entrants does change, right, when you change divisions, but you also won't know the number of entrants that's in the division until after the game week starts as well. That's the other problem, is that when I go into the legacy, like if it says 1,220 and it is 1,220 right before the game week starts, then it is going to be 1,220. If you enter teams into the new season competitions, you won't know the actual number. And so it might look good before you start the game week, but then after the game week starts, the promotion relegation then happens. And then actually it would have been better off if you'd have not gone in that, because then the number of entrants has massively shot up in that division. I tell you what, we're going to cancel this team for now. I might revisit it tomorrow, but again, I'm thinking, first of all, I don't think this team is going to actually win anything, right? So I think if I wanted to enter a team into Division 4 Challenger Classic, which is what this is here, I would need to be entering a team which I actually thought was really strong, right? And then we'd have a very good chance of getting into top 54 I'm not even talking about top 150 here. You don't want to win that, really. I mean, if you win it, okay, but you don't really want to be winning that. You want to be trying to win cards, actually, because you have to assume that you're going to get a level up here. I don't want to be winning that unless I need the level ups, and then I'll not try and target them, but then I kind of don't mind if I do end up winning them, right? But top 50 for top 60 in any kind of division or competition in Sorare usually requires you to get scores of 400 points or more, right? That isn't going to hit 400 points or more. So why are we going into it? Because we know that we're not going to win one of those cards, right? We're just going to get boxes. So, whereas if we go in 270, we don't need to hit 400 points to potentially win a card here. We could hit 350, maybe even a little bit less, depending on the number of entries. And we might be able to get something out of it better than the level up. So that's been quite revealing for me today. I don't know about you guys, but it was something that I was already starting to suspect when I saw the number of entries in the new format and compared them to the classic competitions, right? Or the legacy competitions, as we should call them. And I've seen it again in the midweek where lots of people entered lineups into the new format. The legacy formats almost got ignored. So then All-Star had so many prizes in there, but hardly anyone entered it. The same for the cap modes as well. I think we need to be focusing on the cap modes until the transition period's over, and then the prizes are transitioned over into the new format. That's what I think anyway. So that's what our focus is going to be. So 270. Let's take that. Let's bin this team. And let's put that team in here. So room. Oh, you know what? We've actually got better options in here now as well. Yeah. We definitely bin this. No way. We were playing this team because this was all we could select from in Challenger. But obviously in cap mode, we've got the choice now of loads more players in here. Plus, we've also got a much better chance to win a reward. Who's our forward that we can pick up here? Okay, we've got Anthony Uja. Anthony Uja really needs to start. He's got a horrible fixture, though. Quintero could be out. Okay, thank you. I'll keep an eye on that, man. Thank you. Hello to Big Mac. Been away from the football side of Sorare for a few months. Have amateur comps completely gone now? Or can I just not find them on the app? If you entered a lineup previously with 5 Pro cards in it, then you will not be able to access the free-to-play competition on Pro. Hello to Bouncing Betty as well. Do you prefer the new format or old? I prefer the new format, but we are playing the old format still. And the reason we're doing it is because it's far more rewarding, it seems, on the old format compared to the new format. So if our chances are better to win in the old format compared to the new format, we're going to keep playing the old format, which is kind of what we're doing here. So what do you prefer, new or old? Some people might actually prefer the new format for the promotion relegation, so that excitement, and then the reward boxes as well. And of course, the in-season competitions where you can win cash. But I think if you're playing Classic, probably doesn't make a huge amount of sense to be playing Classic divisions in the new format when you can play with Classic cards in the old capped format and then end up winning new cards anyway, which you can use in the in-season competition. So that's what I'm starting to realize now, personally. which is why we're going to change our team and take it out of Challenger Classic season and put it into Cap 270 Rare. To be fair, Collins Arcus isn't too bad here. Let's do it. So Arcus can stay, but then as our midfielder, we don't now have to play Pedro Santos or Demir Greilac, who we kind of felt like we were being forced to play because we didn't have any other better options in Challenger, really. Now what we've got is we have Grigic, we've got Zalahi. Now, if we can play Zalahi and we can play Smolcic here, and we've got 61 left over, we're going to do that. We still have a little bit of an issue with our forward. So our forward's not that great. We could play... We'll put Victor Edvardsen in for now because he's got a great fixture. If it looks like he's not going to play, then we can then look at Tapia, and then we can also look at Anthony Uja as well. The rewards are so much better in the old format. There's like 200 cards in the new comp and 2,500 in All-Star. It's stupid, and I got promoted to Div 1. I will never reward in it. Isn't that funny? Yeah, I was literally just saying the same, Betty, that we got promoted on the weekend into... We got promoted on the weekend into Division 1. Classic season Division 1 in Challenger, right? We finally made it up into there. And then we were looking at the prize pool and the amount of people that have entered so far, the amount of entries. And we're like, we're up in a higher division where the prizes are better, but there aren't enough of them versus the entries. And actually, if we don't play a team there now and we play it in the old format, we've got a much better chance of winning. So it feels a bit anticlimactic that we got up to Division 1, we're finally at the top of the mountain, and now we want to basically not party at the top of the mountain. Like, we don't want to enter a team in it now. Just put a throwaway team in there and get relegated. Why? Why would it do that? Now that we're in Division 1, we might as well not enter it until we know that we can we have a good chance in one game week where the number of rewards versus the number of entries is good. Because you don't have to enter a team, we know that we've got this now and we've secured a Division 1. So what we could do is we could just hold out until the transition period is over. The new format is then fully the only format in the game. And then the rewards from the old format get transitioned over to the new format, and then we're automatically still in Division 1, and we can actually then have a good chance of winning stuff in it. That's what I'm thinking anyway. Anthony Uja, I don't understand why Anthony Uja is not playing at the moment. The person that is playing in his place is absolutely shocking. Terrible. And I don't understand why the manager is insisting on playing him. Anthony Uja really needs to be in the starting lineup. He's playing this guy, look. He's playing Gomez. This guy's awful. It's terrible. Look at this guy. What are we doing here? Sorry. Eintracht. Right, so Eintracht are down here. They are 1 point away from dropping into the relegation playoff zone, right? They need to score goals. They are winning games now, which is good, but they need to be scoring goals, right? They beat that team 5-0, amazing, but they need goals and they need to stop shipping goals as well, right? The player that they keep on playing, instead of Anthony Uja now, by the way, is this guy Gomez. Let me bring him up for you, right? He's a youngster, so I don't want to be too hard on him. He's got a lot of years to develop, right? He's only 22. His weakness is finishing, according to SofaScore. So that's not what you want from a forward. You don't want their weakness to be finishing. And one of the reasons his weakness is finishing is that he's played 27 games, right? 22 of them he has started. He's got 2 goals. 2. In 27 games, and he's a forward. He's a centre forward, basically. 2 goals, 1 assist. And the manager keeps playing him. And I don't understand why. Anthony Uja was out with an injury, so I get that he would come in for Anthony Uja, right? So he's come in, he's filled the void. Anthony Uja's back now. How is he still keeping his place in the team? I don't know. Anthony Uja can provide a lot more up front. He's a much more complete goal scorer. He's a proven goal scorer. And at this point of the season, when they are hovering 1 point above the relegation playoff spot, they're relying on this young 22-year-old who doesn't score goals at all. They're relying on him to somehow do what? To keep them up. I don't get it. Anthony Uja, who's had a bit of a disjointed season because of injury. Anthony Uja's got 3 goals. He started in 8, and then he's been, for the last, 10 games or so, he's been a bench player, probably just as he's building up his fitness, right? They maybe don't want to rush him straight back into starting again, but they're getting to the point where if they don't start getting something from the Gomez guy, they're going to need to start giving Uja a bit of a run again, because it's getting close. They could get relegated if they're not careful. And, like Uja, he's a goal scorer. He's got a good record throughout his career. He's played for some good clubs as well, like Lillestrøm, Mainz, Cologne, Werder Bremen, Union Berlin. He's like a bit of a journeyman. He done very well last season. He got 10 goals in 29, which for Braunschweig I think is pretty good, because I don't really think they're that strong. He also got 5 assists as well, but I'm very happy that we won him. He's kind of not playing. I think if you didn't know much about Anthony Uja, then what you would do is you would look at his scoring in Sorare, and you would think, oh, okay, he's not a starter. He is actually one of their main strikers, but, I don't know why they're not giving him more minutes to build up his match fitness again since injury, because he was doing pretty good before he got injured. So, yeah, happy that we won him. He's got a really low L15 at 29 as well, which is great. I don't actually know whether we would captain Zalahi here. Why is it saying that they have no games? There we go. I don't know whether we would captain Zalahi. Cap 270 rare. Where is it? At the top, right? Okay. So we need to play Ulai Room. We'll also put in here Karl and Zarkus as well for the defensive stack. Then we are going to put Salahi in, who, to be fair, should have a very busy game. And he's got a good L5, good L15. At home, he has an L5 of 67 and L15 of 60. And this is going to be such a difficult game as a defensive midfielder, he's going to need to work his socks off, and that's why I think he could do that. 70 or 80. He doesn't need that decisive, but he just needs to work really hard. Like here, look. Yeah, we could probably captain him. We are at the moment. We need to hope that Edvardsen does not get benched in this game, because this is such a good game for Edvardsen to score well in. And then we would put Smolcic for that stack potential. It's not quite a good game for Smolcic, really. But again, he's going to have to work his socks off defensively because it's a really difficult opponent. I think we might have actually just built our lineups for the weekend. Just double check it. If Quintero's out, we have a replacement, which is okay. These are solid teams, you know. This one is a bit tricky. We'll need to double check that closer to the deadline tomorrow, because we're banking on the B team or the C team being played instead of the A team. So we have no teams in the new format. No teams in the new format. Oh, what's this here? Okay, these are the leftovers, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we could probably put some kind of... We could probably put a leftover team in here to see if we can get it promoted from Division 4. And then Laurent here. Wow. Desperate. So this is what the new format looks like it's going to be for me for the time being. Entering throwaway teams in the new format just to see if we can get promoted. Because all we need to do here is finish in the top 50% to get promoted. So maybe that is the strategy for the time being. Still focusing on the legacy formats and then just using your leftover teams with a couple of DMP players in there. See if you can get into the top 50% of the bottom divisions so that you can just bring them all up to higher divisions. Could be a good strategy. So Division 4 Classic there. And then we would need to look at a Division 4 Classic here. And again, just putting in a DMP goalkeeper. Oh, we don't have a... Ah. Well, that throws that out of the window then, doesn't it? We have definitely outfielders for sure. We don't actually have a goalkeeper other than Dominguez there. But we could do the same for limited as well. Or could we? We could if we put DMP goalkeepers in there, which is what I think we'll do in a minute. Our Premier League team is at the moment going to be something like that for Luton. That's the main one. That's the backup. That's the throwaway. We might have to switch some people around depending on like player availability and injuries and stuff. But this is usually what we play. I think a good strategy would be to stay down there. If 50% go up every week, you might be in a great spot to win something, as there will be only a few players left over time. How many go down from Division 3? I think it's the bottom 30%, right? I think. We go back. Division 3 here. Well, here. It's the bottom 20%. Yeah, so the bottom 20% go down, the top 50% go up. So maybe you've got a point there, Mark, that over time there'll be almost less and less that will be in there. If people are playing it, the top 50% go up. Yeah. So top 20%, well, bottom 20% of Division 3 go down. Top 50% of Division 4 go up, or the bottom division. Which technically means you're right. Division 3 could get quite competitive, because then Division 2, there would be again what? Bottom 20% coming down, right? Bottom 30%. So it's 30%, bottom 30% in Division 2, and then bottom 20% in Division 3. Shit. Yeah, Division 3 could actually be a little bit too competitive, couldn't it? So maybe you're right. Maybe we do just need to kind of keep Division 4. That's wrong, though. We shouldn't be saying that, should we? We should be thinking we need to try and get out of Division 4 and go to Division 3 and then try and get into Division 2. I guess you probably would be doing that if you had like a proper team. I guess because we don't have proper teams anymore, we've got like the leftovers, then do we really want to get promoted with the leftovers so that then we don't even enter the leftover teams in the higher division when we get promoted up into it? Just so you know, Div 4 has way less rewards than Div 3. Is that across the board? Or is that for a specific tier? Like Challenger or Champion or something? Yeah. I didn't think that Div 4 had way less rewards. I thought Div 4 had worse rewards, not less rewards. Let's have a little look. So if we just take Division 4 here, Challenger. Hold on a minute. Why do we have that team? Oh, we do. We just entered it. So if we take Division 4, so it has 54 cards in Division 4, right? And 455 boxes. And if we bring up Division 3, again, this is where Sorare are failing, because what Sorare need to have is one page where you can bring up all the, like, you can see at a glance all of the divisions, all of the competitions, and how many rewards are in there, how many entries are in there. It shouldn't require this kind of digging in individually. Too many clicks here. One click, boom, you see it all on one page, right? And I'm pretty sure that Sorare would have been told that if they did do a test. I don't know if they did. If they did do user testing, somebody would have told them that. And if they didn't do user testing, then why? You know? Anyways, Division 3, sorry for the classic here. Yeah. So you're right, it has less rewards in it. Yeah, you're right. So there's 124 cards, and for some reason it doesn't tell us the boxes in here. But then there's 610 boxes in here. There's 124 cards compared to 54 and 455 in the lower division. There's 268 in here. There's 780. Okay. So at the moment, this is very good. Division 4 compared to Division 3, even though there are more rewards in there. That's why it's so important that managers are able to look at this information, because the number of rewards doesn't actually mean anything if you have entries which are through the roof, right? So you can't really look at it in isolation. You need to be saying, okay, or looking at it and thinking, there's X amount of cards in there, but there's also X amount of entries in there. Maybe that's going to be too difficult to get into the reward position. Interesting. You've definitely given me something to think about there, Mark, whether I do actually put some throwaway teams together, because if we do and we get promoted, then we could end up regretting it. Or not. Because I guess then we just play Division 3, and if we get relegated, then great. We probably celebrate. We get relegated back into Division 4, where in theory it should be less crowded. In theory. I've probably got a few more limited teams to do, like throwaway teams, but I think the core of my weekend has been built. I think. And I think on that note, we honestly haven't had any more throw your hat in the rings. I can't believe it. We've had one throw your hat in the ring all day today. That is mental. You can literally win limited cards by predicting. Don't miss the opportunity. Because tomorrow, we've got one more stream before the weekend. And we have another 7 games left to predict. So we have 7 slots available. If they're not taken up, I will just do them anyway. But ideally, what I want to do is be giving 14 people each week the chance to win limited cards here. I don't want to be having to say that we've given 7, but then the other 7 have missed out, or they've just gone to waste the other 7 slots there. I want to try and give as many people as possible the chance to win a limited card, and everyone and anyone can do this here. So if you've not done it, then do it. If you fancy it, if you want to put your hat in the ring and try and win a limited card, it's super easy. You just redeem your coupon, throw your hat in the ring, which is 8,500 coupons. You redeem it, and then all you need to do is tell me on the stream, that's the game that I want to do a score for, and then you give me the score. I enter it into my Pookie game week, and if you get it 100% correct, you win a limited card. It's as easy as that. Easy as that. By the way, quick opening of event rewards on NFL Rivals. You know what? We will squeeze it in, yeah. We'll do David's throw his hat in the ring for now. So David, which one, thank you, by the way, for redeeming that. Which one do you want to do, David? And what's the score? And then once we've done that, we're going to quickly load up NFL Rivals. We're going to claim our 1,600 gems, and then we're going to open them live on the stream to see if we can actually win a NFL limited edition player. Columbus 3-1. Okay. Columbus 3-1. Thank you so much, man. 3-1. Boom. Done. Then what we're going to do, we're going to add David into the list here. So now, if it is 3-1, who are they playing? DC United. If it's now 3-1 in that game, then David is going to win a limited card. There we go. Thank you so much, man. And good luck with your prediction as well. All right. Oh. What we'll do really quickly now, we'll close that down. We'll close this down. We'll close that one down as well. And then we're going to load up here NFL Rivals, which I've not played in a while, especially on the stream. And we're going to open some packs. So, guys, what do you reckon? Can we get a legendary today? I would love to win a legendary. Still yet to have a legendary. Let me switch the screen as well. Give me a second. What do you reckon? Legendaries incoming or not? Here we go. Day 14 login reward. We're going to get 3 base players here between 80 to 99. So we got a free pack there from just logging in every day for the past 2 weeks. Lovely start. Okay. That's good. There's new stuff in the crafting. There's new stuff in the store as well. We're trying to save up our, what are these called? Our boom tokens. We're trying to save these up so we can get a Marcus Williams for 35,000. I don't think we're going to be able to save up enough for a Nick Chubb. But if we can, and if there are still stock available, we will try and get him. But I think he's going to sell out. Okay. Let's claim our rewards first, actually. Here we go. I need to put some time in on League 4, otherwise I'm going to be promoted here. All right. Give us our rewards for the Open Gem event. 1,600 gems there. Lovely. There's all these open... There's another event for Open Gem, which starts in 23 hours. This one we need to enter. And this one I need to enter as well. So I've got some grinding to do tonight, haven't I? Let's go and open these packs, though. We have a mystery gift to open. Let's do it. Cool. Okay, so we have... We've got one of those to open. Then we've got one of these to open. And then we have 1,700 gems, which allows us to buy 3 packs as well. Okay. Let's open this one. Cool. Not bad. No one's really adding anything to the team there. That's okay. More options is always good. Let's do this one. Okay, a Bud Dupree. We've already got him. We just won him in the last event. Oh, those guys are... Oh, wow, look. Now, I've already got a epic of Ed Oliver, but I've also got his blueprint. So what I could do is I could convert him into an NFT and then sell him. And I think that's what we're going to do. Cool. That's actually brilliant that we just got Ed Oliver there. Right, let's go and buy these packs now. Did you check the messages? They converted the old currency into the new one. Probable ratio plus maximum of 2,500, so better spend it while these events are running. I haven't seen that, no. Message waiting. It's probably this one here. Okay. Your unspent currency from the previous program has been converted. Oh dear. Okay. Oh dear. Has been converted to the latest program currency at a 4-to-1 rate. The 2.5 maximum. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty crappy. That is pretty crappy. Okay. There's nothing we can do about it, is there? It's one of those you just got to take it on the chin. You don't get a choice of the matter. So yeah, that's pretty crap. New Luminous players have dropped. Okay, cool. Let's go back. Let's go and buy these packs now. The shop. Let's go into player packs here. We're going to buy 3. We're going to buy 3 of these 500 ones here. Okay, so first one. We have a small chance to win, a very small chance to win NFT cards in here. And at the moment, we're not winning anything. We get Mbappe again. Cool. Right. If you don't know the odds or the drop rates for here, the odds for the packs are as follows. So we have a 0.4% chance for an epic, a 0.1% chance for a legendary, and a 1% chance for a rare. So it's very, very low that you're going to get anything from them. But I have won quite a few from these packs already. So yeah, it feels like it feels like it's more than this really. But this is the official drop rates for them. Let's go again. Okay, Tyler, this guy, and then we've got this guy as well. So cool. Nothing there. We've got enough to buy another one. Let's go again. So far, no good. Right, can we get lucky this time? Can we get lucky? No. No. And no. We didn't get lucky that time. We didn't get lucky at all. We did add a better QB though. Lamar Jackson. But no cigar there. So nothing to... Do we get some gems here? No, we don't. Yeah, no player that is an NFT. However, we go into here. So Jackson's our new QB now at 89. And we've got, look, Ed Oliver. We've already got the Ed Oliver epic, right? The 3-star. And what we've just done as well is we've got... Look, this is Ed Oliver as a common. And we have a blueprint for him. So what we could do is we could upgrade him to an epic, because I think we have an epic blueprint for him. Double check it actually. Yeah, look, we have an epic Ed Oliver. So we could sell him immediately for 201 in game, or we could sell him on the mythical marketplace for cash. And again, I think I want to do that. We've not tried selling players yet, and we don't need 2 epic Ed Olivers, whereas we can get rid of it and get some money. So can we upgrade him immediately? Right, upgrade this one. Upgrade. Okay, we need to upgrade him to level 5 to make this work. We can't do it. We can't do it. We don't have enough of these wildcard points, unfortunately. We've only got 125. We need 275. So that's probably going to be what I'm going to be focusing on. Trying to get these wildcard points, which we can get from various game modes. So solo, single player, and multiplayer. And then when I have enough, I'll be able to take him up again and again, get him to level 5, then fuse his common card with the blueprint card, which will turn him into this card here. And then I can sell him in game. Look, quick sell. I can quick sell this card for 629, which is kind of a lot. If you don't know how much that is, let me just show you. If we go into the shop here, and then we look at the credits, right? 629 is probably what, about £6 or something? £5, which I think is pretty good to get free to play. And that's a quick sell. That's not even if we sold him for what he probably is worth, which is a bit more. We could also sell him on the NFT marketplace, which Mythical, the company that runs this game, we could sell it on their external NFT marketplace, and we could put him up. In fact, let's go and have a little look. How much is he worth? If we convert him into an epic, I mean, I can quickly look at my own one. It's not going to be, yeah, look. So this one that I have is worth, well, I can quick sell him for $7.84. If I put him up for sale, his last sale was for 10. That's 10 Mythos there. And for the card that we've got, which is a bit higher, we could sell our one for around 8 probably. We could get him up listed for that. So by the time we convert this one into like an epic, we'll probably be able to sell it for like $5 or something, $5 or $6, which I think is pretty good. And then that gives us $5 or $6, which we can then go out and get another epic, or maybe another, maybe a couple of rares that will help to bolster our team. Because if we go back to our team, we've got still a couple of positions that would be great if we could fill them. So look, we've got in defense these 3 positions, which would be lovely to have like a limited edition, as they're called, in the game, but they're actually NFT cards. Or we could focus on filling these spots here, especially the quarterback. Having a good quarterback could be quite good, because then his throw would be even better, which could help us a lot more when we go up against really strong defensive teams. So yeah, that's what we'll probably do. I'm going to aim to get, where's he gone? I'm going to aim to get this card here, this Oliver card, which is kind of glimmering. I'm going to get this one up to an epic. I'm going to sell it. And then we're going to use the money to then improve our lineup. And these are just a couple of examples of players that we could buy that would improve our lineup. And look, a better QB, a better SS, a better TE. And if we sold our Ed Oliver for even the quick sell, that would give us the money to then go and buy these types of players here. So, cool. Excited to do that. Yeah, so we squeezed it in. We will do more NFL Rivals on the stream, probably from next week. It's just been one of those weeks where there's everything going on with Pooky and also Sorare as well, so we haven't quite been able to find the time, but we'll try and squeeze it in from next week again. So, guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed it. We're going to be back again tomorrow, 12 p.m. UK time. We're going to be going through the last blog for Pooky, which is around the token. So we're going to be talking about that and delving deeper into that. We're also going to have on the stream Nick from Pooky, so the guy the content lead at Pooky, who done the video and wrote all the blogs, is going to be joining us tomorrow. I'm going to confirm that with him tonight, but he wants to come and join, and so we'll be able to give our opinions, our feedback, tell him our ideas, suggestions and concerns, and also ask him questions around like the game, the update. There's also an AMA happening tonight, I think in an hour's time. That's what I'm about to tweet out. So I'll tweet the details and how you can get involved in that shortly. Thank you so much to everyone that jumped on today's stream, and the subs and all the follows. Always appreciate it. Never take it for granted. So hope you enjoyed it today, and I'm going to be back again tomorrow. So see you then, guys, okay?